Granville, we about to sponsor an event. We doing one night in Louisville.
What you mean? What does that mean?
HBO special. That sound like an HBO special. Yeah, because it's Mr. Will can't go that far like Prince, so we bring the smoke to him. Yeah, we gotta get clips. Where clips at, man? Y'all talk the clips. He's at the Kentucky Derby.
What are y'all talking about?
Mr. Williams clips at Churchill Downs, nigga, in the parking lot. To talk about how we be out of control and immediately goes out of control 5 minutes later on Mr. Will and books a ticket.
What do you mean? Like, say more.
To fight. They was going back and forth, and then Mr. Will in his belligerency went across the line, and then Clips, let him know that he crossed the line by saying, "I'm coming to you, nigga." And he booked it for like crossing the line and apologizing, and then crossing the line again. Basically fed up with it. He said, "I don't got no problem with you, man. You keep acting like a bitch." Apologize. Fuck you.
So Clips.
Then Mr. Wills told him to meet him at the Kentucky Derby.
So did he?
Louis' old house. That's what he said. Yeah, he said meet him at the Kentucky Derby.
So he bought a flight, like a flight ticket.
Yeah, he bought it. Yeah. I think he's there right now. He should be there right now. He said he should be there right now.
Wait.
He went right now, bro. He went at 9 p.m.
He went to Louisville last night.
No, he went to Louisville. Louisville.
Wait, what are y'all? Oh, slow it down. You saying he went to Louisville last night?
That's what. I don't know if he canceled the flight or not, but that was the flight. The flight was last night. He bought that fucking ticket, boy. He got so pissed off. He got so pissed off at Mr. Will. He said he was going to Louisiana. I said, "Hey man, you go."
So what is they plan?
He was just saying they were to go fight it out. I said, Clips. I said, what you gonna do when you get there? Like, what you gonna do? He didn't think about it. He didn't think they fall. He didn't think that far, man.
So he got a fight that he went to, and he don't know who he fighting.
He don't know how he gonna get to Mr. Will. Mr. Will. I don't think he got a rental though to get around. So he gonna have to get that. Oh, hold on, bro. This the GIF. I made a GIF. Hold on. Who the oldest niggas just lost it more than anybody ever lost it back here, period. Out of all the shit talking niggas get into it, two of the oldest niggas back here violated each other
Yo. Check. I can't hear shit. Yo, put a one in the chat if you can hear me. I can't hear nothing, man. Hold on. Salute. Check. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. For some reason, my mechanism is not working. Let me see. No, I can't hear no sound. Mic check. Okay, I sound good, but I can't hear my sound effect though. Put a one in the chat if you can hear this, the sound effect. You can hear the sound effect. Sorry, say yes or no if you don't mind, because I can't hear on my side for some reason. Prod, what up? O'Shea, what up? Nightbot, what up? Peace be still, D Majesty, Rebecca. Okay. Dang, I don't know why it didn't connect. All right, let me see, because I can't hear nothing on my side. Okay. Let me see if I can figure this out real quick. But you can hear me well. So let's make sure that you can hear Sherelle when she get up here. Let me say what's up to everybody in the chat real quick. Black America, Claude, VZ, Jay. Only been a few days. Fish in a Fit, what up? GA, what up? Deucey was popping. Did I see you yesterday? Think so. Imperial, what up? Rob was popping. Rob, is that jitsu? Like jujitsu? Peace be still. OG Mike Brown. Heather was popping. It's chilly. Yeah, I noticed that. Riri, what up? E-Dub, salute. Rebecca was popping. Darius in the building. O'Shea was good. Salute to the OGs. You know what I mean? Okay, I might gotta fix that. Claude was popping. Black America. OG Vet Life in the building. Get your tickets to Risky Weekend. This shit gonna be epic. I promise you. Shit gonna be epic, man. I promise you. Almond Eyes, what up? SPS in the building. Salute to Strata. I got you. Strata was good, my boy. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Hope everything is everything. We got 60 people in the building. We only have 31 likes. Go ahead and hit the like button. That helps the channel the most. DCT was popping, cuzzo. I ain't seen you in a few, man. Hope all is well. Hope everything's everything, man. Salute to everybody in the building. Let me see. Let's do it like that. Yo, we've been having a lot of dope conversations, man, regarding just the entire landscape of things, you know? If you had an opportunity, please go back and watch the stream on Friday that I did. My voice was messed up, but I think it'd be worth a watch or a rewatch, you know? Anti-Blackness. Have you guys ever assessed the term anti-Blackness? What does that mean when you hear that term anti-Blackness? What would that entail? What would that consist of? What contributes to anti-Blackness? What goes into that pot? Is it just the obvious stuff? Is it our actions? How responsible are we for the trope and the propaganda or the truth behind anti-Blackness? Lone Wolves, what up? You know? Is anti-Blackness the lack of support? The lack of good tidings? Is it crime? Is it music? What are the elements? Where does it come from? You know, I saw as we talked through, salute to the Discord, different things regarding anti-blackness. When we look at the revisions that were made to the Voting Rights Act, would those things be considered anti-black? Right? Is it systematic that's the biggest contributor to anti-blackness? Does blackness have a definition? You know? JJ, what up? Audie, what up? Melly Mel, what up? Chrissy, salute. Homeboy, shalom. You know, what do we focus on to determine what anti-blackness is or isn't? If you are a gangsta gorilla nigga, are you anti-black? If the person that you with is not black, are you anti-black? Is pro the opposite of anti? Ms. Bell, salute. Try to figure this out, you know, to see what we can qualify or quantify as anti-black or anti-black behavior even. You know, what about the constructs? Marriage or lack thereof, having kids or lack thereof. What contributes to anti-blackness? You know, I'm just wondering. So let me do this real quick. Hold on one second. If you lack facts, O'Shea, if you lack family values, if you lack family values, right? If you don't value family, are you anti-black? If you don't have a religious basis, are you anti-black? Like you don't have the foundation, right? And so it manifests in how you move in the earth. Are you anti-black? Is religion anti-black? How about your health? Health is wealth. Self-preservation. If you're not taking care of yourself, if you're unable to take care of others. I seen this lady, her stroller was rolling away and she was too out of shape to grab it. She tried to run, fell, and could not get back up. A dude kind of like walked up casually and stopped the stroller. It wasn't even moving that fast. If you're unhealthy, are you anti yourself? So by proxy, you anti-black. Education. The thing that gives me the most cause for pause is the most, you know, you have Mississippi, you have Louisiana, who are perpetually in the least educated school systems, are ranked the worst school systems, you know, and these have large and dense black populations. Is that anti-black? Like, how does this work? I could point out things that are obvious, right? You look at MAGA, you could say what is or isn't happening. White people don't have to apologize to being white anymore. You have the things that are being changed regarding the Voting Rights Act, which said to reverse gerrymandering. But what people are saying, and instead dissolve seats that were largely for black representatives. We had a representative named Vincent Gray in Washington, D.C. in the 7th Ward, right? And so I used to, there was a Safeway in our area. Mind you, we didn't have any sit-down restaurants in the 7th district. right? Except for Denny's. You know, it's that district's probably 85% black, 90%, 95% black. And it was always run down, particularly the Safeway, right? And we had to do a petition. I was a precinct captain at that point. It's just like you got like aldermen's, the commissioner, like ANC commissioners. Precinct captain was like a very small area that I was like over technically. We had to do a petition to get Vincent Gray to come see how like desolate the Safeway was. Nothing was ever stocked. Produce out of date. You know, if it's empty, you front the aisle, you know what I mean, the rows, so that it looks like it's full. That's never done. Old stale bread, Krispy Kreme donuts, which don't have preservatives, only last 3 days. They'll be stale on the shelf because they're not coming. They coming when they feel like it. And it took for this petition to happen for 10 years of the Safeway being run down. For the not ANC commissioner, the what is he called? The council member to come in and say, what the hell is up with this? Think about this for a second. The fact that we have people in these districts, right, where gerrymandering would dissolve that seat. But when they're in that seat, we get absolutely nothing from it. That's like anti-yourself. By proxy, would that be anti-black? They say, you know, well, these are more impoverished areas. What does that have to do with the upkeep of the store? Why is the store manager never there? Why are they stealing? Why isn't it stocked, right? Because here's the thing about EBT money. It processes the same way as cash at Safeway. You ever think about that? Okay. That means people have benefits and they spending it in the Safeway. However, we don't have the products and produce we need. Safeway processing the EBT is cash to them. But we allow people to treat us like such. We have council members, ANC commissioners, precinct captains, and representatives who don't do nothing for us. But now we mad because their districts are being dissolved. Have we thought about it? Is that anti-black? Or is it simply the things that we know about? Nepotism, systematic racism, etc. The MAGA, right? We got the, just the obvious racism. But what do we call and consider anti, truly? How do people qualify to be anti-black? What do you do to be qualified as such? Think about this for a second. We have black representatives. What is the yield? We focus so much on Obama. Have you looked at our neighborhoods largely? What is the yield? Black people ain't do shit. They say Obama ain't do shit for black people. But the black representative from the black neighborhood collecting a black check because it's black taxes ain't doing shit for you. I need somebody from Texas to Dallas to let me know. What did Jasmine Crockett do or not do for black people in Dallas? Is her district nice? I don't know. I'm asking sincerely. Excuse me. Was her district nice? Was it upkept? Is the crime rate down? Like, what are the value? What's the benefits? Is it anti-black by being okay with a motherfucker just being black to get your vote? Thank you, Miss Jilly. We got trash everywhere. I took my 2 oldest daughters every Saturday in DC to help me clean up. And the brothers be like, whatever. They'll go picking up the trash early in the morning when they see me with the two little girls every Saturday. One thing I saw, they at least start picking it up before we walk over there. Is it anti-black to sell off property? Is it anti-black to allow your property value, salute to Miss Jilly, to drop so low that you can be gentrified? Or is that systematic? Are they making us throw trash on the ground? Robbing, shooting, killing people that look like you, is that anti-black? Or is it strictly the racism? They make this argument about why we're so focused on what white people do to us as opposed to what we do to ourselves. What is considered anti? Because that's the conversation. I sure hope I can hear. I'm asking questions, man. Got 120 people in the building. I'm asking questions. Now I hope I can hear, though. That's the only thing. Oh, shit. I don't know. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. Yo, can you hear me? Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Hear me? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I guess my sound effect just ain't working. What's popping?
What's up, Hampy Wimpy?
What's the word, man? How you feeling?
Tired.
That's what's up, man. It be like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sherelle in the building. Yeah, I'm trying to see, man. I'm asking a lot of questions. Could you hear me?
I was watching on the YouTube side.
Yeah, so we're trying to figure out anti-blackness. Now, when you initially introduced this premise, what was your take?
Okay, it's totally different than what you're doing right now. But I like what you're doing too, right? Because I haven't fleshed it out all the way.
Let's switch it.
It was when you think about black people and you think about the history of black people, right?
Yes.
You understand that we are a people who've been destroyed, people who've been through great strife, but resilient people, right? But if you look at all of our contributions, we more have a life gave us lemons, we made a lemonade story, right? So when I see the collective of blackness, I see us creating our own joys, creating our own livelihood, creating our own ways of life, what life was given to us, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you go inside your own cities, before we get to the internet, because you know this is new, we're millennials. When we was outside, what was cool, right? What was acceptable, and what did we judge?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like us as little kids, when we went outside, it's certain things we didn't look down on when it came to our people. It's certain things we didn't judge. And I feel like it was a point in time, maybe integration, maybe a little bit after that. I think the internet definitely gave us more exposure to how the grass could be greener on the other side. And then once we was exposed to the other side, all we felt was the grass is greener, and it started to spark anti-blackness within us. Because we'll forget why the grass may be greener on their side, all of the compounds, and it ain't because they water their grass. It's because their evolution is the up to our de-evolution. Just like East needs West, it seems as their success needs our destruction. But people who get accepted and they go on the other side, all of a sudden it's like an anti-blackness is sparked in us. So everything we do, everything we done, it just starts to seem ghetto. It just seems black, right? It's
Hmm.
like I just know how people look. Like if you come to New Orleans on a Sunday, they're gonna be some niggas in the streets and they dancing and they flipping around and they doing all of this weird second lining, right? But it looks weird to other people. People on bikes, people spinning in the cars, people just out there dancing to music that we made ourselves, right? And people look down on it like, oh, what these ghetto ass black people doing? But I understand the history, right? I understand the history of slaves being free in New Orleans. I understand the Congo drums meeting at Congo Square. I understand being able to be free on that day and releasing yourself. Even the ways that we dance, the ways that we dress, everything about black people is just under attack. And then we get called angry or aggressive, right? Or chimping out. We get to a point where that guy, Chad the Builder, they had black people defending him or saying, don't chimp out, right? Don't be angry. But haven't this country given us enough reasons to be angry?
Hmm.
Shouldn't we have some type of aggression? If we're always under attack, if it's always disrespect for us just being, and we don't get to be however we want to be, we only get to be lemonade. We only get to make out what the hell y'all really gave us to make out. What y'all not restricting, what y'all not removing, what y'all not trying to destroy. Because how many times we're gonna have to tell these stories about how we had the prominent communities, how they built the I-10 through them. How many times we had the prominent business, how many times they lied and destroyed them. How many times they redlined, how many times they restricted us from getting education, restricted us from working. How many times we have to show that that still happens in 2026 for people to believe that there is a system and a group of people trying to keep us down, right? Because then people will say, no, focus on the degeneracy. We don't own degeneracy. That's another anti-blackness propaganda trope. If you are convinced that black people own degeneracy, you let the anti-blackness spark in you.
So how? So explain to me. I understand the premise. Explain to me why Louisiana school systems are perpetually the worst in the country.
It's the funding.
What you mean?
The schools are underfunded. Like when you come to Louisiana, especially in New Orleans, you'll see that we just have a crooked politician story. We have so many politicians that are in jail, judges that are in jail for just thievery. We had a we had like a senator who had hundreds of thousands of dollars in an ice box. He's in jail right now for it. They went to his house. He was stealing the money, putting it in his ice box. Our mayor, our last recent mayor, is being indicted. The school systems are failing because they're underfunded. It's just it's poverty. It's poverty. And if we start to take cuts, they're gonna cut the school first.
So you're saying that what budget? So like the teachers are uh deficient.
The teachers are deficient. The school system, they'll shut a whole school down,
Uh-huh. Because it probably need to
right?
be shut down, right?
Yeah, because the kids are not learning.
So when we look at the thing about them tearing a thing down, I understand it. However, and I'm saying however on purpose, systematic things are less impactful than the systemic things that remain.
Hmm.
Systemic things are often people perpetuating ideologies, right? Even if they don't exist, the people believe them and push them forward. Are black people accepting what they said about us, what they've done, and there's no way to get out of it? So we're just accepting and continue to act how they tell us to act, how they said we acted, and whatever the systematic things did to us that now we carry on systemically because of the ideology that we accept.
Yeah, I think that has been it, right?
Okay.
Under my thing, under my anti-blackness, I had separation is valid, right? So when you refer to us, what do you refer to us as?
Who?
Black people.
Me?
Yeah.
What you mean?
What do you say? You do it, you know,
So-called?
so-called,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So it goes into this ideology of what is blackness, right? A people with no history, a people with who people had to make out of what was given to them. Blackness literally just means no identity at all,
Hmm.
right? So you understand that in Israel, once you understand who you are, you no longer have to call yourself black. Because you understand that labeling is just a way to erase your history of who you are, right? So I think from yesterday's show, like when the girl was chastising people, and what kind of how Mott was saying, like people are not going to receive you talking down to them or talking crazy to them,
At
is
Tukai Takes
because
donated
you can't take the correction
$19.99 through
because
Super
Hold on.
Chat. A lot of the feelings are rightful tied to the dumbish of the minority, and honestly, I think it's the majority, but I don't want to be anti-black and tell the truth. It's not about money, it's about parenting than money issues.
2K with a 20 salute says a lot of feelings are rightful tied to the dumb shit of the minority. And honestly, I think it's the majority, but I don't want to be anti-black and tell the truth. It's not about money, it's about parenting than money issues. So if it's the parenting, the anti-black people would be the black people, would be his retort to the schools being underfunded.
Mhm.
What do you think about that?
I don't really have no thoughts.
Mm. Yeah. So we're trying to understand, like, did we make lemonade?
Yeah, because the story is the story of survival.
Yeah, I've seen people outlast, right?
Hmm.
I don't know if it's a win, right? Like, just don't die. I
But
just don't
sometimes
know.
that's because sometimes that's your leg, right?
I don't even
So if we
say.
run in
I
a
don't never
relay
say
race,
sometimes anyway. So
oh wait, but
in my life,
in general,
mm-hmm.
that's your leg. We know that in a relay, the first person is not the fastest person. We know they save the anchor for the last person. Whatever them first three don't do,
Mm-hmm.
that anchor, she can close the gap. And we've seen it, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've seen what anchors do. You get that? So that's just what it is. I think we spend a lot of times judging the first leg, judging the second leg, judging the third leg. And now we're failing at the anchor position.
Well, yeah, I'm not even. That's the thing, right? People who were in actual chattel slavery survive, right? They come out, and then we have reconstruction. There's success there. Then we start to do different things, and there's a decent period. But then we want to assimilate to other cultures, and now are we and an anchor leg dying, surviving, or thriving? And if we're dying or surviving at this point, after everybody else had to survive and we have opportunity, are we in mass with 2053 on the rise anti-black?
I think, well, I mean, of course, right? I
Mm.
think we all have anti-black properties. The way that we look at our people, like when you grow up, I wonder how much propaganda that we fall for. How many times did we understand something and somebody had to come up here and bring us a stat because that's not the reality that we lived. How many times somebody actually taught us a stat? Or hey, you know what? This is not what people told me. The majority of black people don't live in the hood. What? Even the majority of black men don't have kids. That wasn't something people knew in their consciousness. That's something you learn on the internet. That's something you have to look up. So a lot of propaganda we have fell for. So we're all dealing with anti-blackness.
Now, if I say, like, let's say, and I'm just using Louisiana for obvious reasons, right?
Mhm.
Am I anti-black for saying those schools are shit and those kids are being done a disservice by the government, by the teachers, by the administrators, and by the parents? Am
No.
I being disingenuous?
No, the kids are being done a disservice. That's not what I'm saying.
But this part, right? Callie with the $5 says, if property taxes fund schools in the district impoverished, the result is. So I'm asking, right? You said underfunding. So is it harsh for me to get on the parents? Harsh for me to get on the schools? Harsh for me to get on the administration because they don't have the money? Or I'm saying, y'all keep on spitting out these kids that are dumb as shit. Y'all are anti-black because that's the future.
No, none of that's anti-black.
What I'm saying or what they doing?
What they're doing is just being.
Ugh,
They're just being.
that sucks though, right?
It doesn't suck because when you get to the understanding, like, this is all they know. And if you, depending on how you was raised, right? Because everybody's not raised the same. Some of y'all are like, middle class, upper middle class black people, right? We get
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to accept that at some point this was all I knew. At some point I was these neighborhood kids. At some point I went to these same schools. At some point, and I had to literally remove myself to expand and get a better understanding. Which lets me know if I would have stayed here, I would have never learned that. And I would be right here with these people that I want to judge. But where can we take the whole population of Mississippi? Where can we take the whole population of Louisiana? We talk about teachers, like parents sneaking and lying to put their children in a better school district, right? Using the grandma address. How you gonna take them all?
You can't.
You can't. That's not how it's designed, right? So if we understand that it's only designed for a few of you to be able to sneak
At
out.
Tukai Takes donated $19.99 through Super Chat. It's not the school, bro. Underfunding ain't new to the black community. Mothers being at work is, dads not being in the homes are. We used to take the little info the schools gave and the teaching from home and make millions.
Hmm. So he's saying we failed. Well, if you finish your thought.
No, I have finished what I said.
Yeah. I don't know. It's anti-blackness, you know. I I I do not dismiss the systematic things, you know, but really, and I'm saying but on purpose. Surviving is not successful. Like it's not. I don't know if that's something at this juncture, like you said, being the anchor leg, because I like that we can tout.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it's successful. We aren't getting to the point of success yet, depending on who you're trying to compare us to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I think we do a disservice in understanding that a lot of our people, I would say up to maybe like 50, 53, 55% is still in survival mode. They're
Why?
still in survival mode. These people ain't made it out, and their kids ain't making it out, and their grandkids ain't making it out. And it's we have this bird's eye view because we've adopted these wings to fly, right? Even when you say that, like you be like, y'all taking these trips. You know the majority, like it's like majority of black people don't have their passports. So for you to even have a passport and get out the country, that's a big deal. Considering that you come from people who couldn't do shit like that. Your grandmother may never left. My grandmother never left her neighborhood. Neither one of them. I've been to every state besides Hawaii and Alaska. How is that not success? They wasn't able to get educations. You understand what I'm saying? They was married at 15, having to start families. Lives they didn't want for us. Lives they didn't want for their grandkids. They wanted progression for us, right? So we can't necessarily keep on judging ourselves off them and this because this is a new age. This is a new run. This is a new leg. The anchor it does not need to have the same mindset as the first runner, or we're gonna lose. We can't do things like them. You know why? Because the world around us has changed. The
Now,
world around us is totally different.
them being our grandparents and such. Let me ask you, we can't do things like them. Does that also mean we can't use the same excuses they had?
Yeah, it's no excuses. It may be different, right?
Well,
So let's say,
think about this, right?
mhm.
The money aspect. That's what they were dealing with. Taxation without representation. We're still saying money aspect now. You
And I
see?
don't know why, but Shad was explaining to me because I know that we're more educated, and I know we have more billionaires and we have more millionaires now. I know people are making more money now. So what Shad was saying was that the trajectory is that black people are the rich people are richer than the rich people in the past,
Yes.
but the poor people are poor. It's like, yeah, the rich are getting richer, but the poor are getting poorer. That's the dynamic. But that's the same dynamic that all these other people have, right?
Mm-hmm.
White people, they may have the richest of the rich. They have the poorest of the poor
Mm-hmm.
because they understand that you can't have the richest of the rich without the poorest of the poor. Somebody has to be stepped on in the pyramid, right? But that's the lifestyle we've adapted, right? My grandmother bought a house in a neighborhood. They bought it cash. Because my grandmother came out of slavery, she had a lot of skills. She had the money. She bought a house cash. She would hide the money in the walls. Why? Because they would steal. People would rob black women. People would come and take from you. White people could do anything. Nobody was gonna punish them. When it was time to build the Superdome, they had to tear down the house that my grandmother bought, that my maternal grandmother was born in, to build the Superdome. And before they could tear it down, she started to break down her walls, get the money. She bought her house in the neighborhood, a yellow house I grew up in. It still sits on that same block. But when they bought that house, they only had one bedroom. As they had kids, my grandfather built extra rooms for the extra kids.
So where
But now that neighborhood is riddled with drugs, murder, gang violence, broken streets. And there was so many prominent grandmothers and grandfathers who bought their homes around there. But the crack epidemic ruined that community. So is it healthy for me to stay there, even though it was healthy for my grandmother to stay there and raise her kids? But I'm telling you, the kids right now who getting raised, they going from one street to the next street. They grow up as kids playing bikes, and the next street over, when you hit a certain age, you become a drug dealer. I watch my friends go in and out of jail, in and out of jail, in and out
so
of jail all my life.
what is
Get,
the so let me ask you, what is the soliloquy in the picture you're painting speaking to?
it's speaking to just because the game has changed, it didn't mean that the opposition wasn't getting stronger. People found different ways to fuck you.
Now reconcile that with we have more black millionaires than ever before.
We have more black millionaires than ever before, right? And what did we feel like? We feel like once they
Feel?
cross a certain, yeah. What do we feel like? Because we don't know
What's the sentiment? Okay, I agree. What is the sentiment?
that once black millionaires cross the threshold, they can't deal with us. They can't donate money into to things that benefit us. They can't promote music that uplifts us, or it won't get no plays. That they get incentivized to actually do things that would be more towards our destruction.
Hmm.
Because we have the money, right? We have the money, so we don't have our own water sources. We don't have our own energy sources. We don't build cars no more. We used to have cars. We used to have black owned cars, automobiles. We don't have cars no more, right? But we have liquor variant brands. We have clothing lines, but no food source. No communities that they build in. We Oprah may be one of the richest black women here. A black woman from America, a black American woman. You know where she went and built her schools? Africa. You know where they're going to get water even though Flint it has a crisis? Africa. They'll bring it back to the motherland before they bring it here. They ain't using their money to give back and actually open up no schools for us.
Hmm.
You can donate turkeys for Thanksgiving to a bunch of people who have food stamps. They can buy a turkey on food stamps.
Turkeys already. Let me read these in time. 2K with the $10 says, a passport is not a symbol of success. It's a global bus pass. You went to Jamaica and came back broke with no knowledge to help us back home. So what about these trips are making people successful? Passport equals what in your estimation, bro?
I mean, yeah, I already said it. Just the simple facts of the freedom of you being able to go and explore. When you're traveling, you're expanding your mind. I don't think that black people should what we should just all be miserable. Black people shouldn't have no joy.
No.
It's actually a big deal because everybody doesn't have access to it. We think everybody has access to it, but everybody doesn't.
Well, let me. So I was actually having a conversation like this maybe like 7 years ago, right? My wife, like, she really loved traveling, and one of my buddies, right? So I'm going back and forth with them, and this one I just found the truth. So pardon me, right? I'm saying, but y'all don't know this, y'all don't know that, y'all don't know shit about black people, y'all don't know who this is, y'all don't know who that is. So all this culture you're getting isn't yours, and you know nothing about yours. How are you cultured and don't know yourself? That was the argument I was making to them. All this so-called traveling to all these so-called white countries, right? And you don't know who Salem Poor is. I could give a fuck about you going to see another country that don't benefit you when you don't know who your people are. You think I was being obtuse?
Yeah, because y'all enjoyed y'all life. You and 2K. Y'all enjoyed y'all life. Y'all lived y'all lives up, and y'all enjoyed y'all lives, right? That's shit that y'all wanted to do. And then when we see when the biggest anti-blackness is any type of black person joy. Anytime we see black people enjoying themselves, it gets ticks you off. It gets underneath your skin.
Mm-hmm.
They get a PhD on, you think you this, you don't, you're going, no matter what level of success you see black people have, you're going to find a way to chip at it.
Yeah. So my
No
point
matter what
was,
they accomplish. Matter of fact, because even though the percentages show that, guess what? The majority of people will never will. So you telling me that people that wasn't even allowed to go 15 out of 15-mile radius outside, the next generation can explore the whole world, and that's not an accomplishment.
that is joy, right? What they think fun is, right? So fun has opened up. I'm simply saying, don't tell me about culture and you being cultured because you went to some resort or some hot spring in Iceland. I could give a fuck. You don't know yourself. You don't know
But so
your
you're saying
history.
that You saying that people that go to resorts come back saying they're more cultured because they go to resorts? I've never heard that.
Well, that's what you said when you said when they travel, they expand their mind or whatever the case is.
Yeah, oh yeah. You when you travel, you expand your mind. When I left out of New Orleans, I expanded my mind.
Okay,
Yeah, you
yeah.
expand your mind when you see other groups of people, when you see how middle of America looks, when you see how the world is actually run, when you go out of what just is in your neighborhood, yes, you're gonna have an expanded mind. You
I
have a deeper you can have a deeper, more appreciated understanding if you go to a third world country and you see how they live and you see how their things are. People do. When you branch out, I'm not saying that people that's just going turn up, but I'm saying why is the face of the passport turn up? Like
well,
why is that the face, right?
because
Like we're gonna take every now we think every black person that's traveling is just going to going to Punta Cana to turn up.
no, most, yes.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, you would just see it. Like you would just see the things that people post, right? So being a DJ, I have the whatever you want to call it, luxury of being able to go to these different things for free or working, you know? And so the biggest travel group, so there's travel groups full of black people, right? And I have the privilege of living in DC where black people are affluent in terms of money. And so the biggest trips were Yacht Week, as an example, in like Croatia, or Greek Yacht Week, where you go to Greece and you know, be in whatever sea that is and shit like that. Those are the largest trips. Or Carnival, as an example. Those are the largest trips where it is literally a party. You know, the only time we go to Ghana is for so-called New Year's, right? I was supposed to DJ it last year, but just the money got messed up. But that's when most of the black people go that have the money for New Year's. And yeah, you go see like the different, you know, tourist stuff, of course, you know, but generally speaking, it's for the turn up. So based on my anecdotal experience, which I think is more substantive than most, based on being in that kind of niche, I think yes, most time it's for the turn up. It's not for learning and edification. And I
And even
mean,
if it's
peace and rest. Like when we went to Barbados, I just want to chill. I don't give a fuck about seeing
but
the tourists.
what's wrong with black people being peaceful and restful? What's
Not,
wrong with them turning up?
nothing,
What's wrong with
nothing,
them traveling if
nothing.
they come from people who couldn't go nowhere?
No, no, nothing. Except for when niggas say they got culture, that they expanded their mind. Nah, I know
But
a beach.
it's not the
One
turn up
second,
ones that's
one
saying their
second.
culture.
I know a beach and a pool when I see one. Don't sell the culture shit to me. Don't sell the I expanded my mind shit to me. Nah, beloved. You did what niggas like to do, which is the propaganda and the trope. Just leave it there.
So what I'm saying is you're conflating it.
Okay.
Because who is going on those trips and ones that's coming back? You're conflating that with me saying I expanded my mind when I come out of New Orleans. New Orleans is a whole different world. People that live in New Orleans don't think like the regular world. Everything is a little bit different.
It's less about what you said. It's more about what I've heard from most people that talk about travel. Not about you. I ain't talking about you
Oh,
riding in
okay.
a truck and shit like that. I'm saying most people be saying that culture shit. You know? Not you.
Because there's the people that leave, they go to the museums and things like that. But I don't think it's just like my sister travels all the time. She don't come back doing the culture because she don't go to museums and she don't go to stuff like that. Let's say Chris just went to Japan.
Okay.
But when Chris travels, he sees everything, and he's young, and he has a passport, and he's getting up, and he's going to see these different places. And I definitely think that that's shaping him and making him a better man.
Oh yeah, and that's where I think that people put too much stock in that shit. I think that shit is largely superficial. There's so much shit that they don't know about themselves. I asked 10 black people about Devil's Punch Bowl, 3 of them know it. And I'm just saying all this so-called culture, right? But you don't know yourself. That's the dumb shit that leads into the propaganda.
Okay, so also this, right? When we talk about culture
Uh-huh.
and we're talking about who don't know themselves,
Yeah.
every black person doesn't have the same culture, right?
Mm,
Because if I asked you what's the meal that we cook on Mondays in New Orleans?
I don't know.
Red beans. There's not a New Orleans person that won't say we make red beans on a Monday. Why do we cook red beans on a Monday? Because that was wash day. That was the days we was allowed to wash. Beans take a long time to soak. People still soak their beans overnight, their red beans. That's why our red beans is established in our city like that. So we would soak the red beans. It would take us all day to wash. So by the time we finish washing and drying our clothes, the red beans will finally be ready to be served to the family. That's a part of New Orleans culture as Black people. We understand why we make that. We understand the cuisine, the dishes, the second lines, the Indians. We understand the culture of who we are, but y'all wouldn't understand that, and it wouldn't be anti-Black for you not to understand Black culture in New Orleans.
Yeah, I agree.
Right?
I
It is
think
not
that
anti-Black for us not to understand Black culture in Connecticut or wherever y'all come from. But we can. But if I travel, right, and you tell me the culture of the Black things that go on in Connecticut, I've learned that. That's what I've learned. I've learned things about DC. I've learned things about Florida. I've learned things about Georgia that I wouldn't be privy to because I'm from New Orleans. If people come to New Orleans, they can learn the richness in the culture of my city. Because if you're from Connecticut, you don't understand New Orleans. You don't understand the Black people here, the culture of why we do what we do. So what I'm saying is if you travel to New Orleans and you come here, you will learn. You will understand something different than what you grew up to be.
those are Black people.
You'll understand the Black people here.
And what it is what you're articulating is Black culture, subcultures of Black culture. That's all it is, right? Like my sister, my mom, because we live amongst each other. My sister arguably make the best lasagna in the world.
I think my sister make the best lasagna in the world. That's crazy, right?
But we got the best pizza. Like that's ingrained. You know what I'm saying? Fish and spaghetti, like that. There's a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Chicken palm, like those are ingrained, and obviously they make everything right. My mom used to make chitlins and all that shit. But yeah, that would be a subculture of Black culture, which would be New Orleans centric, right? But that's more valuable to me, especially given the native aspect that Black people ignore. We made fun of people saying they Cherokee until we realized, oh, this shit is actually substantive.
Yeah.
They make fun of it until I went to DJ a party out on a reservation in Idaho, and the reservation was 30% Black. Right? But
And
that's
so you see how that traveling expanded your mind?
here. These are my people.
Oh, I'm talking about when I said the expansion. I'm talking about me.
But let's keep walking. I'm saying the niggas that be talking that shit, nah, you just going to be half naked in carnival because it's acceptable, and then you want niggas to throw paint on you after. Like, don't tell me you traveled to Barbados or whatever fucking, you know what I'm saying, island to act like you try to learn about the island. Nah, you got to be fake naked in a fake second line for something that is debauchery. That's all I'm saying when they be talking about their culture because they went somewhere.
But this the thing, they don't even look at it as a debauchery over there.
Oh, I know what it is. I don't care what they look at.
That's what I'm saying. So when them people they doing their carnival shit, they don't look at it like that. When you go to Hawaii, the hula girls, or when you go to India and they got the belly rolling girls, they ain't looking at that shit like ugh. You know what I'm saying? But when Black girls do shit like that, it's ugh. I'm telling you, a little white girl and a little Black girl can have the same outfit on. One will be over sexualized and one won't. Because anti-Blackness is all in the threading of this shit. It's all in it. It's in the DNA of it.
All right, let me read
everything we do.
Yes, I understand. I understand what you're saying. For sure. We got 270 people in the building. We have 136 likes. Let's please get the likes up. 2K with the $5 says, am I upset? A bit last answer Sherelle dropped was ish, mid, skip. Stupid. Willie Beamer with the $5 says, Black people have been able to get passports since 1868. This isn't new, and yes, the majority of Black travel destinations are to party, almost 90%. We was kind of talking about like two different things, but that's the point I was kind of pushing. Willie with the $10 says, you don't become cultured by traveling to a different country for a day or weekend. You become cultured by prolonged immersion into a culture that is not your own. Willie with the $5 says, she's conflating Black culture and New Orleans culture. It's not just Black people in New Orleans that make red beans on a Monday. White folks say the same. White folks do it too?
I don't know why people do. New Orleans is a majority Black city, always have been.
And y'all segregated.
Yeah, if you from New Orleans, you know we don't live next door to white people. Most white people we see is in the French quarters. I
French.
graduated high school with no white people. Middle school, no white people. Elementary school, no white. I never had white neighbors in my life. New Orleans is a total different thing when it comes to being black in New Orleans. Trust me.
So I was DJing. I was DJing, right? And that New Orleans party, and I wasn't paying attention because I had a few white second line songs. They immediately like, that's the white people second line. I'm simply pointing that out to say that the white people had second line. So is it New Orleans culture? Like, do white people eat?
No, because
Do they eat?
New Orleans culture is black
Real
culture,
quick,
and what white people do.
real quick. The first time I had gumbo was a white family from New Orleans. So one of the boys had moved from New Orleans that played on my football team in high school, and his family cooked for our like Friday pregame, and they made not gum. Is it gumbo? What's the shit that y'all make? It's gumbo, right? Yeah.
Gumbo.
And they gave us
That's why you don't
gumbo.
like gumbo, because you let some white people make it for you.
I mean, it tasted all right. But I'm saying that all I'm saying is that they made gumbo. I played a second line song, white version, by accident. So they said, no, that's white people's second line. You just told me that's white people gumbo from New Orleans. All I'm saying is this giving credence to it being New Orleans culture or black New Orleans culture?
No, this is black people's culture, and those are white people appropriating our culture. Do you even know what a second line is? Do you know why a second line had to be created? Who do you think was in the first line? Who you think in the first line?
White people?
Yeah, we couldn't march with them. That's why they needed a second line.
Yeah.
Because we couldn't participate in their shit. So why would they need a second line?
Okay.
Just to appropriate the culture of what we do. Yeah,
Yeah.
white people love New Orleans culture, and they come down and appropriate all the shit that we do and all the shit that we made, but that it doesn't mean it's their culture, it's us. Black people make the culture in New Orleans. We do.
Okay. So Willie is incorrect.
It's incorrect.
Okay. Yeah. So the second lines are like the back of the bus.
Pretty much.
You know. And so
It's just like Mardi Gras, right? There's a white Mardi Gras and there's a black Mardi Gras. After Mardi Gras, after you get your Rex parade, which is the king of parades, white man. You get your Zulu parade, your black parade. And then after that, the white people, they go to the truck parades. They go to tucks. And you know what black people do? They go they black ass underneath them bridges because our Indians, chiefs of our neighborhoods, been sewing by hand their costumes all year, and they're ready to represent. And they wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and they're gonna march from wherever their neighborhood is all the way down with their flag boys, with their everybody, with their chiefs, with everybody's coming underneath the bridge to see who has the
yeah.
prettiest chief. That's black Mardi Gras, right? That's where the black people gonna go. That's our history, apart from what New Orleans is doing. Because the rest of New Orleans is on Canal Street. But black New Orleans, we under that Claiborne Bridge. We know what's up.
So it's same thing. However, it's a rendition. So if first line is first line and second line is second line, the line is the thing that's being discussed. Right? And so first line and second line seem like they happen simultaneously. It just called second line because y'all couldn't march together.
It didn't have to simultaneously. Different. But that's the thing. If you don't understand the history, you don't understand the culture, I'm not gonna say you anti-black because you don't understand what black people went through in New Orleans. I would just say come visit the town, go to a museum, come study, come talk to a big chief, come in the neighborhoods and understand the culture of what it is, right? So, but if you don't, then it's okay too.
Willie with the $5 says those chains of slavery still have a lot of New Orleans folks mentally tethered to a time that most have never experienced firsthand. What you think?
I have no thoughts.
Well, I'm just thinking about it, like, because I hear, Now, here's the thing, Sherelle. Is this a thing? I'm gathering this from the super chats, right? Is this one of the main anti-us things? Is that we have things that hold us back mentally, that we default to of the past, that are not rearing their head to the levels in which are like a like pigeonholing us or tripping us over or a hurdle.
So what's holding us back?
Mm-hmm. Don't
That's
sound.
what I'm trying to figure out.
Well,
I mean, you asked the question, so I'm like, give me an example of what's holding us back.
well, I'm kind of pulling from that last super chat. In terms of like thinking about a thing as they thought about it in yesteryear, and therefore adopting that modus, adopting that ideology
So what's problematic? Second lines?
or pathology.
So I'm saying what's
Problematic.
problematic? Second lines?
No, it don't sound like second line is problematic unless you're saying this is the back of the bus and I'm gonna now hold it as my culture or identity or
Because y'all look at it as the back of the bus, right? That's just a way for you to do it so you can be disrespectful or dismissive to another person's culture, right?
no.
Which is part of anti-blackness, right? Is that we don't respect people's differences,
I
right?
said I
We
said
have
I
this.
said no. I said no. I
Okay,
didn't
I'm
say
just saying, like, people will feel like I feel like that's why the comments are being passed. I feel like that's why the super chats are just dismissive and disrespectful, right? That's how I feel. So yeah, I mean, and this is the thing. That's why black people are gonna be black people. That's why I'm accepting about them. You don't respect people's differences. You don't understand somebody's culture, but you want to be disrespectful and dismissive towards it, right? And New Orleans is the birthplace of jazz. Let me guess, white people created that because they're white jazz musicians now? No, still a black thing, right? It's still big for the bands. It's still a way for black men to get out of it. It's still a way for black men to make money. Second line music, brass bands, still that. They still getting scholarships so they can go to college off music, right? So the part of it is in the culture is a stepping stone. Everybody doesn't have to take the opportunity, but because you come from New Orleans, that opportunity is there for you to take. So I don't see how it's a hindrance of us holding on to our roots and our culture of our ancestors and what got us through and what got them through. The celebration of it all, even with the Indians protecting us, taking runaway slaves and dressing us up so that we could blend in with them. All of that's a beautiful blended culture of who we are. So every Sunday we're going to celebrate, regardless of how outsiders feel. People travel all from all over the world to come and experience that culture. So why would we stop when it means something to us?
I think I would now this is and if this is disrespectful, I apologize ahead of time. I'm not sure if it will be or not, right? I understand why they ate chitlins. And I also understand why I don't have to eat chitlins. Traditionally, you ate whatever was discarded to you, right? But now that you know better and you have means, right, you don't perpetuate that type of shit. Therefore, we don't have to eat pig intestines now, even though historically and culturally that was a thing for us.
No, I don't think that people eat pig intestines. A lot of black people just don't even eat pork in general.
No,
The
I'm
other
saying
day I went to my favorite pizza spot and I was like, "You got a pizza with chicken on it?" He was like, "Yeah, this one got chicken and spinach." I was like, "No pork." He said, "None of my pizza have pork." I was like, "Wait, this been my best pizza spot. You got a meat?" He said, "Even the meat lovers pizza, all of that's beef." It's like, I'm Muslim. Why would I be selling pork? I never knew that in my life.
because most Muslims sell pork.
Yeah, and I didn't buy the pizza because I didn't believe him.
Yeah. I
Because I know if I eat some pork right now, shit gonna make me sicker than a dog.
there's a pizza place out here. They have beef pepperoni because they're Muslim, but they also have regular pepperoni as well. but I have to ask for the beef pepperoni. So now when we go, he's like the guy knows, I come in with the kids and he's like, oh, okay, gotcha. You know, I'm just saying though, things were traditionally a thing, and I'm saying but on purpose, but you guys accepted being second line. You made it your own. However, it was second because theirs was first. Is it all tradition, good, and things that we hold on to? Or do we be thankful for times past, right? But now log it in the history books? I can hear you, bro.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was on mute.
Oh, let me read these real quick. I'm trying to stay like more abreast of the things. Think about what I said and you can answer, all right? Willie with the $5 says, oh, I read this one, right? Yes. Salute the brother Number in the building with the $2. Appreciate you. Willie with the $5 says, she's proving what I'm saying. A lot of New Orleans have this mindset. It's sad, but it's also unlikely to change. Seems like they cannot let it go. Miss Jilly with the $10 says, New Orleans culture is different. I wonder if we make a mistake extrapolating how they operate with the black collective. Sometimes we should listen. I think we should always listen, Miss Jilly. I think there should never be a sometimes about listening. Yeah, not extrapolating the culture, extrapolating how we think though.
And this is also it, right? This is another thing I
Hold on,
wanted
bro.
to
I gotta
touch
get
on.
the damn dogs, but talk your shit. I'll be right back.
Okay. Once we let go of black culture and everything that makes us who we are, because it's now deemed degenerate to people who've had proximity to white people, right? Who do we become? Then who will we be? I really want to know, once we throw everything who made us who we are away, what does that look like for us? Because y'all, we just hate everything about black people and black people, the way they dance, the way they look, the way they wear their hair, the way they make up, whatever. Niggas hate themselves. So, of course, your anti-blackness can start with your hating yourself. Now you hate everything around you. Now you hate everything black people do. Then who would we be? White? Like, I don't understand that. I don't. And it's not going to change, right? I think people shouldn't change their culture. I think people should appropriate their own cultures, or somebody will misappropriate it in the first place, right? It's there for the grabs. It's up for the grabs for you to hold on to who you are and who your people are. You should never forget what you went through, who you came, like where you came from, what you went through, because all of that makes you who you are, and you can't escape who you are. And I think as black people, we think, even if we do, we think we can like outrun our blackness. We think we can outrun our past. We can think we can outrun our history of who we are. That maybe if we just stop participating, if we pretend like da 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 da, no, you're still who you are. If you take everything that we do, you can root it back to somewhere else in time where somebody else was doing it. It lives inside of you. It's who you are. And if people want to keep that rhythm and that beat of that drum alive, then I condone that. And if you want to shun the culture and make the beat of the drum die, it's just because you're anti-black. And after you become anti-black, I don't know where you go. So I'm trying to figure out, like, who do we expect black people to be? Because in my mind, y'all want black people to be suburban, upper middle class white people. That's who y'all would prefer them to be. No sass, no nothing. And I just don't think that we can really survive off that rhythm of the drum, honestly. And that's just kind of why separation is valid, because there's certain people who want to carry on the identity of who black people are, the good, the bad, the ugly, while always striving to do things better. Of course, we'll have people who won't. And of course, we have a system designed to be that way, right? And then you have people who are just literally feeling like I'm a proud Black person calling for the erasure of the history and culture of other Black people. The erasure of how we look, the erasure of who we are, the erasure of what we made out to be. Now it's everything. Life gave us lemons, we made lemonade, and now niggas is like, but lemons are too citrusy. It's why you got that much sugar in it. Is that bottled water? Is that tap water? It's like it's like you can't win with niggas, bro. You can't win. Cause it's no longer you can just make lemons out of lemonade. Niggas is like, is that bottled water? That water come out the glass? We shouldn't even be drinking water. Is that sugar? You should lose syrup instead. What kind of sugar is that? Is it brown sugar? Drink the fucking lemonade, bro.
So, lemonade. Does it consist of failing families, failing children, failing businesses, high rates of poverty? Is this what the lemonade looks like?
No. And I wonder why that's a correlation.
Mm-hmm.
So you think that New Orleans has second lines and that's why the children are failing in school? Think it's a direct correlation?
Second line?
Yeah.
No.
And which the second line is just the people, the masses of people that's coming around.
Sorry. You said they make these uniforms all year, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs. There's a focus. Second line is aspire to. I saw a clip of this boy going to prom, and he got out of a tank. The tank was his ride to prom.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if the kids fail in school, do they also miss second line? I've seen Black people spending tens of thousands of dollars on prom.
Mm-hmm.
What's the priority?
Okay, so I just feel like this.
What?
If Black people can afford to spend $10,000 on prom,
They can't.
They can.
No, they do. You said afford.
I'm saying, like, the ones who are doing it can afford it. The ones who can't afford it are not doing it. You're saying that what? That because all white people aren't successful, then no white person should have a yacht? Then no white person should have a mansion? So since all Black people are not successful, the ones who are should not live a life of luxury no matter how hard they work for it?
Well, what it is we're assessing the populace of the demographic of these schools specifically, right? And so if we're saying like there's underfunding, and we know based on, Callie just emphasized it, that a lot of the funding comes from the schools that, the property taxes in said area. And we know that a lot of it is government assistance and things of that nature. So the property taxes are low, but these are the same schools that the kid is pulling up in a tank. This is the same school that the boy was flashing a bunch of money and got killed later that night at a prom party because he had $10,000 on him in cash. So I'm just looking at the demographic. I could be assuming incorrectly, but I'm saying if most of the demographic is poor, I guess it's the one rich kid that goes to that school.
Like, you didn't go to school with rich kids? My school had the poorest of the poor, and they had rich kids. They had children who lived in the projects, and they had. So New Orleans my school had children who lived in the projects who would walk home to the project. My best friends are from the Iberville, and we've been best friends because I went to elementary school with Iberville kids. Me and the same two girls, we went to elementary school. Katrina happened. We found each other after Katrina, and we all graduated high school together.
That makes sense.
Right? But there was girls who lived in Eastover, one of the richest communities in the neighborhood where Birdman them house at. And she would throw parties in Eastover.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. They got one girl. We had to raise money to see who would be we have this cotillion, the queen of the cotillion, where it's like, a rites of passage for Black girls, right? They wear their white dresses and shit like that. They had a girl, they supposed to raise money. Whoever raised the most money gets to be the queen A black girl walked in there and found out she didn't raise the most money. Her mama signed the check and made her the queen.
Okay. So essentially, you're saying
Yes,
why not spend that much money on a prom if you got it?
if you got it. Everybody else who got money doing whatever they want to do with their money, right? We can't expect all of us to live poor and downtrodden just because there's poor black people. They're all what did Jesus say? The poor are gonna always be among us. If that's the case, how much was them butterfly shoes? Because you know they got niggas who can't afford to wear shoes. They got niggas outside right now with no shoes on. So you shouldn't have a $1,200 pair of shoes or however much they cost.
Mm.
But I'm pretty sure they was that high
Mm-hmm.
or higher, right? How does that feel? Like they got people who can't see, who need reading glasses, but you got on Ray-Bans with cameras in them.
Mm-hmm.
They got people who are homeless and you have multiple houses, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Why you need multiple houses? They got homeless people. So should you reduce the quality of life that you work hard for so that you can make sure you're not outshining or outdoing better than poor black people that will always be among us? We're not getting rid of the poor, not in a capitalistic system.
Hold on.
Have your head kind of shaped like a PT Cruiser when you turn it to the side. Now that I think about it.
Yo, PT Cruise is crazy. Um, um, no, I mean that's fair. You should be able to spend your money on what you wanted. So do you disagree with the trope that we spend frivolously?
No, I think we do. I think people with money don't know how to act. But I think, right, is that people think they can judge people for spending on prom and they spend it on cars, and they spend it on watches, and they spend it on shoes, and they spend it on this. You'll be bullshitting your money off too. And I'm not even talking about just rich people, right? They got niggas with no cars who spend money on weed. I know niggas that don't have no cars but have a collection of Jordans. Niggas that live with their mama house but always got weed to smoke, always got a fresh fit on, don't pay no bills. But you want to talk about how rich niggas spending their money. You don't spend your money right. That's why you broke.
Mm.
My friend Peso said that song. He said, you broke because you don't mind your business. That's why you broke. Because you ain't got no business to mind. If you was minding your own business, you'll have some money. You went somebody else's business knowing you got bad financial practices. But niggas feel like they can afford it, right? So they say. That's how millionaires feel, right? I'm a rock star. I could do cocaine. I could do this. I could do this. And then how many millionaires we done seen fall off? Bad.
He said, "Turn to the side one more time." Oh no, Shrug.
You really
Do you
big
think?
cruise. I was like,
Do you think these are? Do you think the? Do you think the prom is similar to like a trip? Like if I buy a watch, like a real watch. I mean that is an asset that maintains its value.
you think that majority of people who buy watches are thinking like that?
Mm, maybe not. No, because they be busting them down, so it loses its value when they bust them down.
Right? Because you're going to think about the people who do the right thing and invest with it, but that's not what people doing. People play with their money. Money is to be played with. And there's
So
people who decide to be responsible, But even responsible people find ways to play with their money. Niggas say, I paid all my bills. I could go trick off some money on parlays. It don't matter how much money I lose gambling, long as I win at some point.
That is an interesting, because I look at gambling like you might as well throw a big prom. My man showed me his receipt, right? For 3 years, 2 years, 3 years of his parlay. What, one of those websites. I forget what he uses, Underdog or something. This nigga said, I'm up. I said, when you up? I said, show me the history. That nigga spent $57,000 and his net winnings was negative 1,000. So it was like, you're not up. You lost 57 grand. But I guess because it's a bunch of money over time, it ain't the prom. I guess the prom thing just jumps out. But what you saying, I mean, it has
Yeah,
credence.
niggas just hating. Niggas just hating, right? Cause you wanted to be that nigga in high school, regardless of what you're saying. You wanted to be the prettiest girl in high school, regardless of what you're saying. You just anti-black. In Louisiana, we know one thing: them motherfuckers is gonna jig after that graduation. They gonna backflip and they gonna jig. And every time they go viral for jigging, all these niggas, all right, niggas don't even be graduating from high school. Y'all be talking about how children dumb and can't read. These motherfuckers is graduating. Niggas is accomplished. People living in communities where their friends is dying in high school. They got people who live in a reality HAMP where they go to school and nobody dies. Nobody dies. We all just make it through high school. I go to high school. People got shot in my high school multiple times. I lost multiple friends who I went to high school with when we was in high school. We graduated. We made it. It's even it's just strange to look back on people just trying to celebrate. And if they didn't have it to do it, they wouldn't do it because there's so many people that's not doing it. So many people can't. That's why they're going viral for the dress. She's going viral for the tank. They're going viral for these prom things because it ain't happening like that. If everybody was in the tank, it wouldn't even be news. They can afford to do that shit.
Yeah, your argument is they have it to spend. They had it to rent that tank out so he can go to prom. They had it to be extravagant so he or she could go to prom. When people have it, they spend it. We hyper focus on it to try to make a point when a celebration is a celebration.
Yeah.
You don't hold on. You don't see it as misappropriation of, well, that's not quite how I mean it, but of funds or using money that you don't have for things that you don't need and ignoring the things that you need for the things that you want. Are we overblowing that sentiment? Or should we look at it as those people had that money to spend and so they spent it?
Yeah, those people have the money to spend. If you broke a clown and a millionaire, the joke is on you. And then there's people who say, hey, I'ma always be broke. I ain't never gonna get ahead. So as soon as I touch some money, I'ma do something big with it. People think like that. People like that song YOLO went big because that's really niggas motto. You only live once. That's the motto, nigga, YOLO. Now you think I'm about to live the rest of my life with no joy, no happiness, because what? Because I ain't gonna make it to the 1% of niggas? Even though I know the world ain't designed for 99% of people to make it to the 1%, but I'm gonna live my life what? In a corner, in a hut, never look good, never go nowhere, never enjoy my life, never let my kids enjoy their life. Cause what? Cause people are poor? Cause everybody's not gonna make it to millionaire status?
So who's anti-black in this equation?
The people judging black people for just being for simply existing. If you don't like black people for simply just existing, you can't find me a race of people who don't have degeneracy. You can't. But yeah, black people are loud. That's who they are. Them Huckatoo niggas is loud too. We're loud. We're Bishop Nathaniel used to be telling us about like Solomon. Just think about it. This nigga had gold everywhere. You know he was a nigga.
Yeah, I mean Ezekiel 16 says that too.
You know what I'm saying? You know Bishop Nathaniel gonna go through the scripture. He read the scripture, he said, you can't tell me this ain't a black man.
Is it
Look at him.
so is it poor choices? Is it a smart decision to spend that much money on prom? Or are you saying it's subjective based on my funds?
It's subjective based on your funds. When Blue Ivy go to prom, what y'all gonna be able to tell her? What y'all gonna tell her?
They're not gonna tell Hove he spent too much money because he got a lot of money, right? I guess we're assuming that these people
don't have money. We're always assuming the worst. Like, oh, that's just black people wasting their money again. I'm pretty sure Blue Ivy be at the Met Gala with dresses on that cost more than y'all houses. But who cares? Fucking parents are billionaires. Nobody cares. It ain't your money.
That is. No, that's interesting, right? Somebody put in the chat, why is she worried about others, right? Interestingly, the person was saying that the kids are failing, and why would you do that for a prom, right? Because we're talking about others. We're literally talking about what people are doing, you know?
And that's my overall premise with the anti-blackness. Niggas think they can outrun being a nigga. And niggas is just like niggas. It look like a nigga. It walk like a nigga. It talk like a nigga. You a nigga. You're not out niggering yourself. The people who be up here trying to shame everything niggas do everything niggas do. They do everything niggas do. But they be up here trying to shame what niggas do, and they do everything niggas do. Niggas got kids out of wedlock. Niggas spend their money frivolously. Niggas get mad on these panels and get disrespectful, get loud, get belligerent. Niggas is just like niggas. Niggas is spending money. Niggas $30,000 down on parlays right now. Tell all them niggas that be doing them parlays, send their money right now. Send their screenshots. And you mad about somebody parent wanting to put on them for them so they can go to prom and be creepy. But niggas are still stuck in high school. High school is your glory years. We got 45-year-old men still holding on to their reputation in high school, right? We call this the 13th grade. We never graduate. Come on now. Niggas been and spend $10,000 on McDonald's in a year.
That's true. DC with the 10 ounces. Hey, Hamp, how many people you know bought bottles in the club? $40 bottle that they paid $350 to $400 for every weekend. I know a lot. I ain't gonna lie. I used to go to there was a year, 2016, this club I used to DJ at, but I used to go there every Wednesday for some reason. And like I get a couple comp bottles, but I definitely spent probably like $200 easy every Wednesday. Like just in the, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't even my night to DJ, but for some reason I just kept going on Wednesdays. And
my favorite guys. Hey, Cheeky, welcome back to Civilization.
What's up,
We
Cheeky?
missed you, Circle Head.
Nah, you missed me.
That's
damn.
I missed you, nobody else.
What up, Chief? So just to make sure, the anti-blackness is what part specifically in this convo we have it now?
It's just the judging black people no matter what they do, everything they do. if you just stick to your stomach with black people, nigga, you caught that shit bad. You just got it bad. And this the thing, Hamp. Imagine you're the parent who go to the club every Wednesday and buy bottles. Imagine you're that parent in the club buying $300, $400 bottles, and then you ain't doing it big for your child to go to prom. Don't add up, right? Y'all some Gucci wearing, Louis V, what they call Amiri, label brand. Everything you live is big. Everything your lifestyle is larger than life. Y'all got the fucking. We just had a Jeep night. All of the Jeeps out there, and it's a Jeep ho. It ain't cheap ho. Y'all got the Charger game. Y'all got all of these games with your cars, with your everything. And every time somebody do something big for their child, it's like, well, the other children are done. What the fuck they got to do with my child? My child is valedictorian. My child got scholarships. My child about to go to college. Fuck all these dumb kids got to do with my child. Matter of fact, that should be an extra reason for me to celebrate my child because the rest of them dumb. Because we could talk about these schools and we could talk about how dumb people be in these schools, but guess what? There's successful people from all them dumb schools. If your child ain't applying themselves, then they ain't fucking applying themselves. Because I don't know how black women somehow going to college and getting all these degrees if there was them dumbass kids who couldn't read. How the fuck is that happening? How is that happening? Niggas going from the most uneducated, dumb, can't read to degree after degree after degree after degree. I don't add up. The school ain't easy. I've been there. I ain't like it. Tell you that much. It ain't, school ain't easy. College ain't easy. People talk about basket weaving degrees and that. School ain't easy. It ain't.
At the Crown Prince 7 donated $19.99 through Super Chat. For the hard work, General. Sir Hampton, salute soldier.
Salute. OG Crown Prince in the building, man. Appreciate you. What you think, Cheek? What's popping, my boy?
What's good?
And everything.
Yeah. I think that anti-blackness, I think the way y'all describing it kind of matches it just from this standpoint, but I just think the over criticism is really when it boils down to like this over criticism, magnifying glass on anything that black people do um would be considered anti-blackness, especially when there's no evidence of you supporting, no evidence of uplifting, no evidence of the thing that you be saying, which is you got to love them first to correct some evidence of that, like something like, and I don't mean one or two instances, I mean like at least 50-50 at the minimum. Like half of the time you're thinking, okay, there's something to celebrate, and half of the time you can go, oh, you know what, there's some criticisms that I can levy because I've shown through my willingness to celebrate, uplift, that just because I'm doing this doesn't mean that is over. You know what I'm saying? Like that. That's what I think is anti-blackness, right? Like that over criticism, because it's gonna happen. It's bound to happen. It happens every year, like Sherelle is saying, during prom and graduation season. And mind you, these people, we always make the assumption that these people that are participating in these events are the below average or less than capable. Why is that the assumption? Instead of it being, oh, they may be having a big prom because they did well, or they are passing, or they're doing the things that they were needed to do. Why are we making the assumption that they're not doing the things they needed to do, but yet somehow, some way they're celebrating it? We don't know these kids. Nobody ever does enough research. Nobody knows what high school they go to. Nobody knows what rank that student was in. Nobody knows whether or not they got a high SAT score. Nobody knows they got a scholarship. Nobody knows shit besides that's a black kid doing something extravagant. So I need to shit on it because black people in my mind are below average, and black people in my mind on average can't do things that is necessary to be celebrated for. Damn. Right. So perfect. Another example. We heard just last week black women getting education, that's just regular shit. And then when you look it up, that US population, only 33% of the US population has a bachelor's degree. But yet somehow that's just regular shit. Why would you ever say that? Because of how you view something. So that's anti-blackness. The same reason why that kid got shot in the back, because they assumed he stole some water bottle with no evidence of it.
But he got found not guilty too.
And he got right. Again, trust me when I tell you, George Floyd will still be a question mark into a lot of black people's name. Be more specific, into a lot of black conservatives' names. Well, how you know one of fentanyl? All after all of the evidence and autopsies, and then this kid, I guarantee you there won't be no pushback from any conservative, black conservative. Why he having a gun at 14? You're going to see anti-blackness from these people. That's what you should expect, because that's what you see day in and day out. And every time there's a season of celebration of jovialness, he had a gun.
See, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, I get it.
Devin.
You're not talking about anything because you didn't say hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Good morning.
Yeah. Slow it down, anti-black hater. Go to your white woman.
God.
Not she can start shit early.
I'm not starting shit. I'm just naming anti-black shit. Don't get mad at me for stating what I see.
No, the only reason I started talking was because it's actually happened. That situation is in my neighborhood.
Well,
you still gonna support that store?
I didn't know he had a gun.
I don't even know what store it is. I doubt he has.
You know it's in your neighborhood.
Yeah, I just heard about it today because
I didn't know he had a gun though. But I think the more important thing is less about the example and more about what Cheeky is articulating. Devin, did you have commentary regarding what he's articulating or about that case?
Well, no, so that I think the case in itself kind of just explains the overall sentiment, where it's like I think we're playing a fine line. It's like I think we lose all common sense when it comes to situations of what we're talking about, because either you're like all the way in the drinking the Kool-Aid, or you just like halfway out. Like, are you out and you like are just like anti-black? And I think there's a reasonable conversation to have with that, because I think there are some bad actors that use negative information in a negative way. But also, I just think there's a lot of people who take information, like Cheeky brings up the situation and using it as it bolster his case, but the kid has a gun. Like, ultimately, like, let's just like take race out of the whole situation. A 14-year-old with a gun comes in your store trying to rob you and points a gun at your family. Like, regardless of the story, that's not a good situation. It shouldn't even happen in the first place. So to use that as like a somebody being anti-black, that's just like it shouldn't have happened in the first place. Like, we can be critical about how the guy reacted to the situation, like whether the kid like should have just been like, was it where he was chased? I need to figure out more about the situation. So I'm just saying, the situation is, did he chase him down when he didn't have to shoot him? Was it still self-defense at that point? That's a question. But there are other cases we're ignoring the part that the kid had a gun. A 14-year-old kid had a gun trying to rob a store. But then if we say that, but if we say that's a problem, that's anti-black. So that problem never gets fixed, because we got people like Cheeky caping for 14-year-olds with guns.
Did I say that? When did I ever?
Look, why'd you bring it up?
Huh?
Why'd you bring it up?
I got a curiosity. How do you feel about George Floyd?
That's interesting.
George Floyd?
Mm-hmm. It's a long fucking pause. You should know about that fucking case. It's been happening for years. Tell me what you think about. I'm just curious. Do you think Derek Chauvin killed George Floyd, or do you think it was the drugs?
I mean, I think people. The thing was, I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and guess, but at the same time, they say he had enough drugs in his body that somebody could die. So it's like,
my bad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, like, so I mean, like they're saying they say that he had enough drugs in the system so that a person would die with that amount of drugs in your system. But it doesn't change the fact that he's on drugs.
HAMP, do you see how in both cases the person that died is not the victim. In both cases, those people, no matter how you frame it, no matter what the evidence or all of that would say, no matter any of those things, somebody who tend to, I'm not going to put that jacket on what's his name, on Devin. He may not be a conservative. He could switch it up and be like, actually, but Hamp, that you're going to notice. I'm not just saying this just to say it. I'm just saying it because there's a pattern to these things. George Floyd was found to be killed by Derek Chauvin because of the 9-minute knee on the neck, and both autopsies support that. This kid that got shot in his back, the gun fell out of his pocket. How many ever yards after he got shot? So he was nowhere near the weapon. And there's no evidence that he turned around completely to even point a weapon. There's no witnesses to say that. There's no evidence to say that. They said that that bullet was hit on his right side, and they could say that he may have been running or shifted to the right, but nothing to say he turned and shot at them or even pointed a gun at him, especially when the gun fell distances, yards away from where he got shot and died. So again, my point is this.
yards, that's more than a football field.
Hamp, my point is this. I didn't do any caping. I didn't say anything besides this kid died because he was accused of a water bottle from the video evidence and from all the court cases here. And he didn't have no water bottle. He didn't steal anything. He didn't do anything wrong besides put the water bottle back and walk away. And if him having a gun, that's fine. But that's not the case. That's irrelevant.
That's the part. It's not fine.
Okay, I'm not saying it's fine for him to have the gun. I'm saying it's fine to bring up why do you have a gun, right? Because sure, you can ask that question, but they didn't know that. So what is the relevancy to the case?
Okay, it's all
you don't have one. See, so no matter what it is, the scrutiny on Black people, the extreme amount of scrutiny, even when there's no justification for it, is anti-Blackness. It's not criminals being criminals and being caught doing criminal shit because, sure, by all means. But under what circumstance should there be some level of extra scrutiny for a victim? You're gonna see it happen over and over again. Anytime a Black woman does something, it's gonna get backlash in this space area by the audience, whatever. Anytime a Black person is celebrating things, somebody's gonna say, well, they can't read. Anytime there's any semblance of achievement or celebration, there's got to be a nigga and some white boy around to go, oh, that ain't that big of a deal. They can't read anyway. They can't do this. That's anti-Blackness. And you're going to see it. So when the rest of these anti-Black people come up, I'm sure we'll see it.
That is a fucking interesting premise, bro. Yo, go ahead, Devin.
No, I think it's just crazy that it's like thing with this. I'm not even saying I know these situations, and I think if half these people are guessing based off their predisposed biases to a lot of these situations, they really don't know. I just know every time we're talking about these situations, it's definitely not somebody doing the right thing. Just a normal citizen. It's either somebody on drugs or a 14-year-old person with a gun. Like I get that. Whatever happened, if it was the guy was running away and he got shot, whatever. I don't know the case. Then yeah, he should be in jail. But at the same time, it's like we as a culture totally start dismissing a whole bunch of other bad behavior because then we're considered anti-Black because we're not addressing the fact that a 14-year-old has a gun in a convenience store. We can't address that because now we're talking about the guy that shot him. We can't address the fact that somebody's overdosing on drugs, and then he dies from while intoxicated. We don't want to talk about that part because we're anti-Black because he got himself in a bad position, probably because he's on drugs. But that's anti-Black.
So
we can never talk about the issue. Are we? If you actually, what, Hamp, you could probably pull up one of those videos. Let's see what type of living conditions they're living in while they're doing these extravagant prom parties. You could probably see it and make it probably a judgment. That's probably where the judgment's coming from. Or the fact that we know that one of the kids actually recently a kid flashing money, like he got all this money at prom and then ended up getting killed. Wasn't that a story that happened?
Yes.
So it's like we're perpetuating all this stuff, but at the same time we don't want to talk about we can't talk about the substantive part because then it's anti-black because we're pointing out the actual obvious.
Yeah, no, I hear your I hear your point. I'm looking so I'm just thinking about the kid now, even though I don't like to get too tied up on the examples. When I was watching a video, he's like walking around in the store. He could look suspicious. I can get that, right? Um, and then they chase him for what, a couple hundred yards. I'm thinking people who and Willie can probably edify us. But somebody breaks in my house, Devin. Once they leave, right? I'm gonna make sure I call the police. My rooms are upstairs, so I'm gonna maintain high ground. I'm gonna make announcements, right? But to go towards the threat really don't make sense. I'm butt ass in the middle of the night. Them niggas is on go. I'm waking up from a fog.
Mm.
So I'm gonna maintain leverage, right? But for me to go pursue the threat doesn't make a lot of sense, right?
Yeah,
Once the
outside the
kid is,
threshold, I agree.
yeah, So then once the kid is running, I'm thinking, just when I'm kind of summarizing it, obviously the jury thought differently. I guess what Cheeky kind of points out is the benefit of the doubt is given to uh the person that isn't the black person, or the entity that isn't the black person, i.e. George Floyd or the police, or the Asian store owner versus the black boy. Because
But him, is it?
remember the premise of the convo is the anti-black aspect. You know what I mean? That's why I'm looking at maybe the dynamics. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. And my thing is like, is it really anti-black, or is it that
Yeah.
we're talking about situations where the people that we're talking about aren't upstanding citizens to where we can say, hey, you're clean. Why did this happen? You're like you didn't have a gun on you. You're not on drugs. You're not game banging. You're not doing this. But that clouds the whole situation to the premise in the first place, to where it's like, if I'm outside doing something bad every day, something's bound to happen to me. Like if me personally, if I'm out, driving around with drugs, got if I, not if I'm not supposed to have a gun, but I have a gun and I'm all around and I'm doing like I'm a ticket. Like we preach to ourselves, you're gonna either dead or in jail just doing some stupid stuff.
See what you saying. You saying that you assess what the person could have done to avoid conflict, to avoid police contact, to avoid these sticky situations. Pause. Right? And if a person doesn't do those things to mitigate their risks, then you can't call them a victim.
Yeah. Oh, and I mean, they could be a victim because the law is the law. So if the kid was out of the store running, like by all means, like I think somebody should be found guilty, and they should be charged to full extent of the law. But also, I think for me, I've always taught to take personal responsibility. Like as me an individual, like I was always told, because there's race, people who don't like black people in the world, who don't, who are against us, to where I don't do some stupid stuff to put me in that position. So then, if every time we come in these situations, I'm thinking like, dang, like if at the end of the day, like, yeah, this person is wrong, but also I know I've gotten in trouble by my parents growing up for putting myself in these situations.
Yeah, no, I got
Okay,
you.
so
Uh,
real
yeah,
quick,
after you,
just to
yeah,
make
you
sure
go,
we
and then we'll get Willie in. Go ahead.
okay,
Go ahead. Go
just
ahead.
to make sure we clear this up.
Yes, sir.
They didn't see a weapon when he walked into the store, and he didn't steal anything or do anything. He went around the store and was being followed, looked around for items that he may or may not have wanted, decided not to get them for whatever the reason. You can't hear any audio from it, and he was leaving.
I mean,
So
I tend to
what is it?
listen.
What is it that he did wrong? Right? That was knowledgeable. Let's skip that, right? Because you can say having a gun, sure. I'm not going to disagree. What did he do wrong that was knowledgeable to the people that did what they did? Absolutely nothing.
From
And then
my
the second
understanding,
thing, Hamp, is you had this conversation about Chud the Builder, right? The white boy that was going around calling black people the N-word.
Yes, sir.
What did you gather as an overall sentiment from that situation through the conversation you had with the black men on this platform? What did you
So
think about it?
in that conversation, most of the men were like, he gonna get what he deserves sooner or later. You are antagonizing people who aren't bothering anybody, right? You're gonna run into the right person at the wrong time. That was most of the sentiment.
All
Willie
right.
was here,
Now,
Devin was here, Mr. Fantastic was here when we had that conversation.
right. So with that being the case, it almost looked, and there was a part of it that was saying like, you're looking for trouble, right?
Yes.
What did the kid do that caused him to be looking for trouble? What are all those graduating students in high school? What are they doing that's looking for trouble? What about them prom students? What are they doing that's looking for trouble? That causes so much scrutiny. I'm just curious. What is it that they're doing that is proven without any assumption about black people that you have for whatever the reason?
Well, I think that premise itself like paints the picture is that even though Chud the Builder might not be committing a specific crime to get in trouble yet, but we're like, you're gonna end up getting yours regardless of what the law is of if the person is defending themselves. We put responsibility on Chud the Builder. So like
Because he
again, if
did
the kid is
things.
having so if the kid has a gun and he shouldn't be having a gun, it's the same. It's the same. You like literally brought something side by side that makes sense to where Chud the Builder was doing something. We were like, he's going to get his because he's being an idiot. He's being stupid.
What did the
So
kid do?
why does a kid have a 14-year-old have a gun?
Okay,
And then
let's just say, all right, fine.
plus you're making
Okay,
assumptions because from what I read, the understanding is why the guy got off is because he said he saw the gun. The gun was pointed at one of his family members.
no, he got off. He didn't get off because he saw the gun. He got off because they went for first degree and not any lesser charges. He could have got a charge for anything else, but it's hard to prove first degree as if it's premeditated. That's an issue on the prosecution. I feel like, but
Okay, again, that's what I said. That's what I read.
but
Is that
regardless of that, I'm sorry. What action did he do? Was he flashing a gun? And let's say, like, I don't remember him doing anything. What did he do?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Based off my knowledge, the reason what I read, which just take that with a grain of salt, is that the gun was pointed at the store owner's son or something.
When?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I read.
The son actually said he didn't. The son was kind of like, no. He answered no to several.
Okay.
If they
That's
didn't
what I'm saying.
if there was no lesser included offenses, they fucked themselves there. It doesn't.
They
make
did that.
sense.
Yeah. That's
purpose.
what it was. They didn't include any lesser charge than they should have. They
do
was
that
banking on this being a clear cut case of obvious, but I don't know why they did that.
But that doesn't change the fact how it mirrors Chud the Builder. We held Chud the Builder regardless of whether he was doing something
the antagonist.
wrong.
And that's my point.
We're saying you put yourself in a bad position, and we're holding Chud the Builder accountable.
This is the
different. No, you keep saying you keep trying to bring that parallel.
First, Willie.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I know that was rude. What's up, niggas? How are y'all doing? Good morning, everybody.
Going on?
No, nobody ever greet us like that. Ham, make them do it right. What the hell?
How are y'all? Good morning.
Yeah, how are y'all? Good morning. And Cheeky, when I'm on yours, I promise you, I will greet you as you see fit, champ. But Devin, that nigga. So you said you read that, and that's cool, right? But in that same article, it should have also told you that the only thing that boy did was not want to put his backpack down. You know why he probably didn't want to put his backpack down? Because he thought that shit was weird. That grocery store wanted him, the owner wanted to put it down because niggas have been in there stealing. Common sense. The problem is, to Cheeky's point, what did he do that warranted him getting shot at? Because you having a gun on you is great. That's a great argument that you could make if he presented it in the commission of a crime. And he didn't do it. He had a gun on him. So he was running, had the gun. You know how niggas put their guns. Most dudes don't believe. Most guys try to gangster carry. So like they'll have their shit. They don't believe in shit like this. They just want to have their gun in their waistband because they think it's cool what they see in movies. So when he runs and his gun falls out, that's common sense. The reason why he's not going to, they knew that they weren't going to charge him is because anytime you see this happening when a young black man gets killed, you can tell what type of time the prosecutor is on if he doesn't include lesser charges. Because what they tend to do is, hey, we can't really let you off, but what we will do is charge you with the shit that has the highest burden of proof. So then that way, when they try to prove or you have to do this on purpose, it makes it almost impossible for you to get off. They didn't include any lesser charges. They gave that nigga first degree murder. That is very, 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 very difficult to prove. And in this case, what would have been a slam dunk would have been manslaughter. That'd have been easy. The burden of proof was so much lower. He met 4 of the 5 criteria for that. But they didn't charge him with it because, again, it was just a little black boy getting killed. Had it been a white boy, had it been a white girl, like that dude who stabbed the girl on the train, they hit that nigga with 30 charges. 30. All of them.
Yeah.
So this is what happens when, I mean, if you just look at anybody that gets killed by a cop, anybody that gets killed by someone in this situation, they always, if the prosecutor is fair, you'll see the extra charges they can get them with. So they charge with a bunch of stuff. But if they trying to let them go, they only gonna charge them with that one thing.
I agree with that.
Travesty. Lesser included offenses. I've never not seen them, especially for that, because you have to premeditate for murder one. That wouldn't even make sense based on the circumstance.
That's hard to even try. Exactly.
Unless he running, but even murder one in most states has to be cold blooded, right? If he chasing them, that's hot blood, right? You making rash decisions for even chasing somebody you thought had a gun in the first place. That don't even qualify for murder one in itself.
And you can't say that you were acting in self-defense when you're chasing somebody who's running away from you.
Yeah. Now, Willie, one thing I was going to say was, you remember the Travis Rudolph case? Florida.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Yeah, popped his brother. Well, the friend died. The brothers got shot at, right?
Yeah.
Now, let's say in my same instance, if I engage with an intruder, right, and I have to engage, and they try to retreat, I'm gonna pursue them at that point because I already engaged, you know. But if they don't engage with me, I'm not going to, you know what I mean. But now, if I have to start shooting and we shooting and they trying to get away, I'm probably gonna try to stop that threat, generally speaking. But that's engagement, though. So when Travis Rudolph did it, cheeky, I was gonna say, well, maybe they saw the gun, seen the threat, engaged, and now what's up? But that's not what happened.
Right, and it's not like, again, the what'll happen is, HAMP, people will try to paint me as some type of super liberal, black people can't do no wrong, and that's not the case. I'm just I'm objective. Again, to get back to anti-blackness, it is this over pursuit of criticism. That is what that is. Because I guarantee you, every single time you see these people talk about black people, you can put them in a box because they tend to fall and lean, and they all fit a certain category, and it's always the same people, and they always have the same ideas, and they always don't care about black people, and they always got shit to say about black people, black women. They'll big up black men sometimes, but niggas is different than black men. This anti-blackness is real, right? Why the hell are we going to Twitter and seeing that Japanese people are talking shit about black people who they don't interact with on a regular basis? Because ain't that many black people in fucking Japan.
Yeah, I don't think black people. Japanese people typically aren't necessarily anywhere I would consider an ally of black people anyway. If nothing else, they're more tolerable because, you know, of their culture and how they're just to be meek and all of that, blah blah blah. I'm not surprised that Japanese people are celebrating this. They tend to do that anytime something happens to one of them, and they still want their lick back. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, we did do some crazy things to them historically. So I'm not shocked that any of this is crazy because it's a black American. If it was an African kid or something happened in Nigeria, they probably wouldn't have this problem, because it's an American that it happened to. You know, it's almost like cultural gang politics. It's just Japanese versus niggas at this point.
Okay, I could agree with that. So maybe let me clarify what over criticism is. Critiques is one thing, right? For example, if somebody is doing if somebody's doing a prom, right, and they're like, "Oh, that could be a better use of money." Somebody's speaking. Oh no. Over criticism is having more than just a critique. Like for the prom thing, we went through it. Oh, they could use their money better. They could do this, that, and third. The over criticism comes when he probably ain't graduating. He probably got a 0.2 GPA.
Yeah.
Look at them chimping out, although they've accomplished what they needed to and got all the criteria to get to graduation. Look at them doing too much. What about the doctors that graduated? We should sue these colleges that allow hood doctors because the kid had a grill in his mouth and dreadlocks as a doctor, as if that changed his qualifications and his ability to pass whatever test or assessment is needed to prove I'm a doctor. Why is that the criticism and not, you know what? I don't like his dreads. I don't like his gold teeth. Why is it we got to stop letting hood doctors be doctors? And we need to sue these institutions that allow it. That's over criticism. And there's a difference between the two. And if you want to act and play coy as if you don't know what it is, then your idiotic ass just need to stay away from looking at things. Just go blind. Please just shut up.
I have a vested interest in the prom, given the fact that I have an exotic car rental business, and I'm the guy that tells black folks when they come to me like it's not worth it, and at my own detriment because I could easily make that $1,500 for the hour of pictures. You know what I'm saying? So I get that. I do understand that that is a terrible use of money for them, but at the same time, like you said, when people start saying, "Well, they're doing all of this, but I bet you he only got straight F, so he barely passed," or he's one of those like no kid left behind graduates. That's where I also think that it's unfair. But some of this criticism is warranted. There's a kid that just got killed after his prom, like at a party after prom, where before that they had a Rolls Royce Cullinan, so that's $2,500 for the day. Said he spent 5K on his suit and he had 5K in cash that he was fanning out doing his prom send off. But then when he gets killed, they put a GoFundMe up to bury him. So that's where it makes that criticism warranted, because now when people say got all that money, spent all that money in prom with no life insurance policy is real, and that's typically what you see in when that happens. So last year I was all for it. I just wanted my bread. This year I said I wasn't doing that. I was trying to talk people out of spending all of this money on renting cars that their kids can't drive anyway. All you can do is get the car delivered and take pictures in it. They can't drive it nowhere. And then even for the adults that can drive it, they get 100 miles. And if you go over 100 miles, like I charge 650 a month. So some criticisms and critiques are most certainly warranted. But it's when you get to the extreme shit like what Cheeky is talking about, where you just start making up shit and you just start assuming because they're doing this that oh yeah, he's probably stupid. Or it's like, they assume like blacks of a feather flock together, and that's just not how that goes. Because they assume that anytime black people celebrate something, given our overall financial status and standing, that they think that that we're just like what Cheeky said, like that chimping out shit, and that's just not fair.
Mm. What's up? Key, what's popping?
What's going on, Hamp? How you doing, my brother?
What's the word, man? I'm doing all right. What's your take?
Nothing much, nothing much. What's going on, panel as well? Let me speak to the panel. But
Yes, sir.
yeah, just hearing this is what I think like Cheeky said, around this time is the craziest time when people talk about prom, graduation, how they do things. And it's crazy how we have these problems because I think we can't just do our own thing. We have to do what everybody else does. And I don't like that. We never nothing got further like that because say I look at basketball. Basketball was very, very simple, very, dribble with your head down with your left hand, do a layup just like that, no dunking. But it took a nigga to come in and just do something different. That it would be we always doing something different to make things better. As times do things get worse, we do things, yes. But I think we do a lot more things better to do things, and I like that. I don't want to be nobody else. I don't want to be a white person. I don't want to do white things. You feel me? I'm going on the cruise. I'm going on Carnival. Why? Because MSC and Royal boring. A whole bunch of people just doing nothing. I like to be around my people, having fun, enjoying myself. And but people would take that and being anti-black, saying y'all doing this, doing that. There's nothing wrong with being having fun, enjoying yourself. Tomorrow's not promised at all. As you say, Hamp, it's no free will. So you don't believe in free will. So that means anything that's happened already gonna happen. So I'd rather live my life because you never know what's gonna happen. And I hate that we always say, like prom. There's qualifications for prom. You just can't go to prom. You gotta have it. You gotta meet the requirements, the grades, the hours you done. You got to do a lot of things to make sure your dues is paid, all that. But you go to the worst things. It's just stupid to me. Then last thing with Devin, he didn't know anything about. Devin didn't know nothing about the child incident, but came up and talking about it. Didn't read nothing, didn't see nothing, and just saying, yeah, you're 14 years old, you're not a black. You didn't watch nothing. You didn't say anything. You didn't watch the point of the kid put his backpack on the refrigerator when they asked him to. He put the waters back when they did it. He was walking. Everything he did right. Only thing, one part you say is the gun. Don't get me wrong. He shouldn't have had a gun, but at 15, you're allowed to have a gun legally out there. So I would say we playing with semantics a little bit. They
No,
like,
he's 14. You know he shouldn't have had the gun. And
Oh
that's
yeah, there's no state in which somebody under the age of 18 can carry
And
a
have a handgun.
in the military.
is he at was it South Carolina? Are they? I swear they said
There's
you're
no
allowed to have a gun, not carry one, but you're allowed 15 to have a gun. That's what you think you're stuck on. He's
there are
14 having a gun, but
in which a 15-year-old can carry a handgun, a concealed handgun in the 50 states. None of them. There is an exception in all 50 states where you can be 18 if you're in the military. Aside from that, there's no state and there's no world in which it is justified.
Can we look it up and just go off of that? I'm not saying I don't believe you.
He
Can
did
see
all right. Willie, we can't see you.
My bad.
Yeah, 15. No, we can see you. I said, Willie, we can't see you. No, yeah. So the 15-year-old can't carry that concealed firearm.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
Factually,
I'm not going against that. I'm saying we just stick on that one part where a lot of things went the wrong way. Everything, only one thing you say he did wrong was have that gun, and that was the end of the issue. But all the way up to it, it was nothing he did was wrong. Nothing he did was wrong. All the way up to it.
You said he had water bottles he had to put back. I'm going off what you're saying.
Say one time.
You said he had water bottles that he had to put back.
No, he picked up water bottles and he put them back.
But that's besides the point. Hemp, what you're going to see, which is always going to happen, is they're going to point out things that are irrelevant to the fact that no kid should have got shot and he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong, especially that was visible, to those people
and wrong to them.
It was assumed that he did something wrong, and it was assumed that he did something because they already had a disposition about it. But what you're going to see is these people harp on these things and not just the overall case of the matter. And that overall case, the main thing will never be talked about. It'll always be spotlighted. These little incidents. Oh, what about that? What about the general standing of it? That's what I'm telling you is going to happen every single time.
I got you.
Swear to God.
Cheek, does it work like this in their minds? That let's say I think a traffic stop is an illegal stop, right? Or an unwarranted stop, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm not doing anything crazy, right? But they pull me for some reason. And then they find heroin in the trunk. Now it's a justified stop. Right?
No. Because with that, they would have had to have a articulable
articulable suspicion, right?
And I know done something. And just because they found it on you, that's not what they stopped you for.
Mm-hmm.
When you go to court for that, you're not public defender get you off.
Yeah, fruit of the poisonous tree.
So I don't know how much drug dealing y'all been around, right? But that just generally don't really manifest like that, right? When they catch you, they pull you over for having a tree in your on your visor, right? Because that's an infraction. And then your car smell like weed, and then they pop the trunk and you got a pound, and guess what? Right. And at the very least, you don't get that pound back. So that hurts. I think for most people who deal in drugs. But I guess I'm looking at it in a way, and pardon my analogy. I hope y'all catch my drift though. So it's just like he running, he get parked right there, and he got the gun on him. See? Like, is that the mindset? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's why you got, like it defaults to wrong here, justifiable.
Yep. They make that the reasoning when they didn't have knowledge beforehand, right? For like in that in and of itself is a level of anti-black, because you need to premeditate. You have to already have these thoughts that this person is wrong before having any true knowledge of that. And that in and of itself, I would consider anti-black. For example, the same way that we have both agreed if we see somebody walking past me and they white, we don't really mind it. But if it's, you kind of look at them a little, I would say that's anti-black. I would say that you already have this premeditated disposition or this predisposition that about a person you don't know because they're black. And I'm not saying that all of those things are of your own doing, or those things haven't been force fed to you, or you haven't been exposed, or it hasn't been propagandized, because those things have, which is why I think it should be addressed. Right? In the same way that the Civil Rights Act, that Section 2, the part of it that's being gutted or being removed, was saying the overall outcome is we can't really prove the racism part of it, but if the outcome of you gerrymandering is pushing all of the black vote or minimalize it to that degree, then we're going to assume that it's racist because we can't prove the intent. All of those things come, all of these things, from politics to the kid getting shot to the criticisms about prom that we don't know anything about these kids to the people that's graduating, these all come from this anti-black, I hate niggas mentality that is just embedded into most people for whatever the reason, and it seems to be around the world. I can't tell you why black people are fucking scared, or Japanese people scared of black people when fucking Oppenheimer, the creator of the atomic bomb, was white as fuck. The niggas who dropped bombs on you 2 times, your bitch ass got blew away twice. And you talking about, I'm scared of black people. What the fuck are you scared of black people for? Niggas didn't even want to be over there. Niggas was trying to come back home and get GI bills that they couldn't even get.
It's because guilt by association.
But you scared of black people. Black people are so, man, fuck that. That's what I'm saying. The anti-blackness, the more and more you look into this, especially when you deconstruct white man religion, Christianity, by the way, for those who are lost, when you start looking into this and you start reading about the Abrahamic curses, we gotta be cursed. Because what the fuck we do to Japanese, bitch, the fuck you talking about?
It's guilt by association. We're in America.
So you saying
and they whole time? But see, he's saying that shit, and then they like white people. They love foreigners. They love Swedish, blonde hair, white, blue eye people, and they will talk to you about how they're the most attractive. These people have no reason to be scared, and it's not guilt by association. There's something in the world or in the water around the world where black people are just these inherent threats. But when you look this shit up, statistically speaking, it's white boys. They touching on your kids. They fucking you. They're raping you. They're doing all the shit that is wrong and illegal and immoral and degenerate. And what do we say about it? Well, you know, if it weren't for white people, we wouldn't have no country like this. Why y'all, nigga, is just a word. It's just a word, Hamp. It's just a word, nigga. It's just a word. Why you gonna get mad over a word? You gonna really let a white man take over your emotion because of a word? These niggas are anti-black. They hate themselves and they hate everybody around them that look like them. I don't fuck with them. And they can't be real or honest enough to just sit there and say, I don't know what it is about niggas. I just don't fucking like them. If they do good, I don't like them. If they dress nice, I don't like them. If they got a prom dress and they look good, I don't like them. If them niggas graduate, I don't like them. If them niggas is doctor with dreadlocks and gold teeth, I don't like them. If they black and they're a woman, I don't like them because they just doing regular shit.
Being black.
I'm telling you, when you start paying attention and you start seeing the same exact faces say the exact same thing over and over again, you can't help but to think, what the fuck is going on? Like, what is wrong? What's happening?
Yeah, let me give you a clean example that takes black out of this conversation. That describes the culture.
I gotta read the super chats, and I'll let you get the example, then I'm gonna get Flo stayed in. Flo, what's popping?
Okay.
What's going on?
Chrissy with the $5 says, shit, if my baby gets this full ride I'm praying for, she ride a horse to a helicopter to take her to prom. A horse, then a helicopter is fucking crazy. D with the $10 says, salute panel. Arkansas, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, and Wisconsin are duty to retreat states. Yeah. Yep. Millennials versus the world. What's good? Salute, man. Make sure y'all go like, share, and subscribe to them. With the $5 is HAMP. What up, bro? Just showing love. Salute to the grind. You already, bro. I'm proud of y'all. Keep grinding, man. Chef Chupino with the $5 says, salute the Hamp, the good-hearted Don King of these YouTube streets. My guy Cheeky and YouTube favorite trucker Princess Sherelle. Go ahead, Devin. What's your interesting example?
So, all right, this is the example of and pretty much how I'm viewing this thing, because everyone he wants to put this whole like he wants to put a it being anti-black whatever jacket on it, but
Okay.
this is an example. If I'm going out with my wife whatever, and she's wearing pretty much like this is just for the extreme a bikini out to go walk around a mall, and then I told her not to wear this bikini, but I can't control her because she's her own independent woman or whatever. And then some people come up and start touching her butt or grabbing her, and they assault her. Yes, I'm gonna be mad at those people. And I'm gonna fight them, whip their ass, whatever. But based off cheeky example, I can't then criticize my wife for then putting herself in that situation, wearing a bikini or whatever, down like out in public, in just like a mall area.
What?
So that being just it's hyperbolic, but like listen to my example. I am criticizing my wife because I told her not to do something because that puts you in a bad situation. And you can't say, and she's not black, so you can't say I'm being anti-black, whatever. So my argument when I'm saying these things is because you're doing something that you wasn't supposed to be doing in the first place, and don't put yourself in those situations. That's okay. Literally that is literally.
Wait,
I know.
wait.
No, you're
so
Devin,
Hamp, just clarify. I need clarification, Hamp, from you, and not just from you, from everybody. Did I say you can't criticize black people, or did I say over criticizing was the issue?
So the thing is, what made me over criticize?
Hold on, Devin. Maybe because you missed it. Right, I'll need to ask to make sure I articulated my thoughts well enough for people who were listening.
You said over criticize. You said micro.
And then you gave examples.
Glass.
And then I gave examples. And I gave examples, right? Right. Okay. So I didn't just say criticism just generally against black people is anti-black, right? I gave examples. I gave you situations. This is what you call bad faith. And this is not anti-black. It's just stupid. So go ahead, Ham.
Yeah, Devin. Well, see, in the examples, right? Black people are existing, right? In several examples which Cheeky gave. They're not bothering anybody, right? But they're being criticized, judged, and etc. We saying we don't like what you're doing. Me, myself, Willie, you, Cheeky. I mean, no shade to Key and Flo, right? But I don't think they're particularly imposing. But what happens when you are an imposing figure? You're not bothering anybody, but somehow people clutch their purses. And
you don't
your
think
wife
he is imposing?
No, you either. And so,
the most imposing.
Devin, in your example, why are people touching your wife?
No, I'm just saying, like, no,
she's technically not doing nothing to anybody. You see?
Yeah, I'm being hyperbolic, but at the same time, it's like I would give criticism to my wife, whatever, if that's what she did.
Well,
that's what I'm saying. So
I understand what you're saying.
So in the situation, I'm not being anti-black because I'm criticizing us for. Like I'm going to criticize something I feel like I can control more than I like. If I hate the white man or the Japanese man or whoever it is, I should be able to criticize and have a conversation with the black people saying, if these people acting like this towards us, we got to protect ourselves and do something. But every time we do something like that to protect ourselves, say, hey, you shouldn't be having a gun as a 14-year-old. Hey, maybe you shouldn't be flashing all this money because there's people who that gonna take advantage of you and probably try to rob you.
Or maybe you shouldn't wear provocative clothes because somebody might grab your ass.
Exactly. So when we do this, we can't have those honest conversations because you got people like Cheeky says, oh, you're talking about black people, the typical people talking about black people, they're anti-black, and that's what makes his part disingenuous because we can't even have the conversation because when we do have the conversation, everything's anti-black.
So if your logic was so it would also mean that you said a woman can't go outside with her ass out because somebody might grab it. That means that you can't take your black ass outside because somebody might hang you. That's dumb.
Okay.
That's literally what you're
No,
saying.
no, no,
You're
no, no,
saying,
no, no. We don't even.
wait,
I don't.
wait. Oh, go to you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
Go
I'm just
ahead. Go ahead.
saying, it's not illegal for somebody to have on a bikini in the mall or anywhere, honestly. So when it is appropriate for your wife to wear a bikini at a beach, does that mean men should walk up and touch her? Because it is illegal to touch people inappropriately that you don't fucking know. It's not illegal to dress however you want to dress, right? So she's expressing her freedom, and then somebody thinks that they can cross her boundaries and break the law. And you're trying to hold her accountable for that, right?
But
Now,
that's
we know,
not.
wait, I'm not done. We know your wife is white, so when you're not being anti-black. What I'm trying to tell you, we're trying to tell you is being black is the crime. Being black is the bikini. Being black is the whatever the fuck you think people shouldn't do, except we can't stop. We can't
Everything
stop being black.
you're
Your
missing the
wife can
point.
go put on some clothes so people can leave her alone, but we can't go put on anything else because we black.
You're
Well,
missing the
no,
So
point.
no.
stop it.
That wasn't even the
That's
point.
not his point at all.
He's
The
saying
point the point
mitigate.
the point was
Okay.
I will criticize my wife. The point is I would criticize if that was the situation. I would criticize my wife.
Okay, so
Like
you're criticizing
if
She's
your
that was
wife
the
coping.
because she has on
situation.
a bikini. People are criticizing black people just because they're fucking black, just
Oh
because
my
they're
god, you don't get the
being.
point. All right,
So
Everyday
here,
black
ignorant,
people be.
Sherelle,
ignorant.
his point makes sense. His point does make sense. I'm not denying that. I can do this. Watch him. Watch me do it right now. He shouldn't have that 14-year-old should not have had a gun. I agree. But my main point won't be there. That's the problem. You will make the point that she had a bikini on, and that will be the point for you. That will be a point for me. The difference between A and B is it being a definitive article or definitive word. My point would be nobody should get touched who doesn't want to be touched. That is the point. A point would be, you know what? She wasn't wearing appropriate clothes, but that's besides the point. Y'all don't do a besides the point. Y'all make the beside the actual and main point, and that's the problem. That's like me saying if your girlfriend got raped in that situation, well, what do I sound like as a man saying, well, she was wearing skimpy clothes?
And that's where you have to
Hemp,
go with it.
And the flip
hemp,
part is you're
hemp.
making
If I
what
said that, what would you think to me as the person that goes, well, she was wearing skimpy clothes? What does it sound like I'm doing?
Yeah, you're blaming her
the
for
part where
getting
you're
raped.
but the part where your whole thing flawed is because you're dictating what I'm making as the point rather than just making a
No,
point.
Devin. Let me ask this, right? Because I want to get flow in. Essentially, your woman goes out scantily clad, right? You talked against it, right? Because you know, for whatever the reasons are, she goes and somebody does indeed take advantage of her, like rapes her, right? Are you saying to her you shouldn't have worn that?
What do you mean? Like I've already said that going out, yeah.
Yeah,
But the
she knows that.
the point would
Wait,
be
wait,
the
wait.
person doing the
Just
bad
answer because
thing.
I just want to make sure. So she gets raped, right? After you admonished her for wearing the scantily clad clothing, right? A man touches her, then he rapes her. What is your conversation with her when she gets back in the house after being raped?
I mean, that would be a hard conversation to have. I don't. I would. I don't know. I would probably get some advice with the counselor because honestly, I don't even know how to possibly go about that. Like,
He
No,
would ask her, what
no.
was you
Hold on,
wearing?
Cheeky.
That's what he would do.
Hold on, Cheeky. So
because
Devin,
I
right?
know.
Because think about because we just trying to keep it as logically. We don't want to create a logical fallacy, or not a logical fallacy, but a false equivalency, right? So we have to go to her being taken advantage of physically, right? For it to compare to you had a gun and you died because of it. It has to go to that point. You see, that's the only reason why I'm not trying to be unfair. I'm just saying those are more equivalent. So he died, he hasn't gun, he shouldn't have a gun. She's dressed scantily clad, she got raped, she shouldn't have dressed scantily clad. That would be the logic that would be consistent. Is that what we're doing? And I'm just asking.
So I think to clear it up, and I'll be quick, is yes, the point is the kid being killed and he shouldn't have been killed. That is the point. But the conversation is just how I wouldn't be able, if like that was my son, I wouldn't be able to talk to that store owner to say you better not shoot my son. I can't go talk to those people out there that would end up touching my wife or girlfriend, whatever it is, and say don't touch my girlfriend because she's out here doing this. The people I can talk to, the people who are closest to me, would be the kid that died that went to the store with the gun. I could talk to him. I could criticize him and tell him and try to get him on the right path. My girlfriend or wife who's out there, even though she's like they are the victim in this, they're the victim in the situation. I can talk to my wife and my girlfriend and be like, hey, don't do this because this. I can have that conversation. But the issue is we can't even have those conversations within the Black community because it's considered anti-Black, because we're fighting the world. I agree with that. We're fighting the world. But we can't have the conversations about our community, and we allow degenerate stuff to perpetuate, and we got to then put a banner behind them, a GoFundMe, and all this other stuff after they done cross the line of things that we know we shouldn't be doing. And I think the perpetuate people seeing that then thinks more people support that type of behavior, and that's where the anti-Black culture, and we're giving a leg to it.
Well, so just to stay on the point, right, is that you are not exonerating the person who could have changed or mitigated their circumstances. You're looking at the culpability of behavior, and you're choosing not to ignore it regardless of the outcomes, even if you can say they shouldn't have received said outcome.
Correct.
Okay. Flo, let me get Flo in, and then we'll move it around. I'm just saying that I just summarized it, so you can reply to it, Cheeky. Let me just get Flo staying in. Flo, what's popping?
Not a lot. Thanks for having me up. Good to see you, Ham.
Yes,
Salute to
sir.
the panel. All of you unintimidating panelists. I came up here originally to Dr. Willie said something about getting charged with first-degree murder. That's how you know they want him let off, and that's just wrong. The prosecutors charge people way above what they can actually convict them of to try to press them into a plea deal. Nobody gets charged with first-degree murder because the prosecutor's doing them a favor. You can't with that charge, your bond is out the roof, and your bond is what sets the retainer that a private attorney would cost you. So that charge basically rules out private attorneys for basically anybody unless they've got a lot of liquidity on hand. But that moved past quite a while ago.
No, it's still interesting.
Yeah. But to the anti-Black point, if I understood correctly, because I wasn't listening long before I came up here, it sounds like Cheeky and maybe Sherelle and some people are trying to figure out what this anti-Black attitude is that Asians have. And then I heard Cheeky say that if a white person walks by him and looks at him funny, that's anti-Black. That right there, no, I heard you say that, and then I heard you say not to over criticize Black people.
No, my point was if I walk past somebody white, I don't pay them on, but if I walk past somebody Black, I pay them on. And I would say that mentality of me viewing that Black person as a danger or a threat is anti-Black. That's what I was saying.
Okay. I misunderstood that then.
Yeah, no, that's good.
So do you view are you more likely to view Black people as threats when you cross them?
Yeah, me personally, just due to my proximity and experience for sure.
Okay. Never mind, then I misunderstood what Cheeky was said.
Well,
yeah, and I didn't say anything about Asians. I ain't gonna lie. My scariest feeling is like when I'm in a trailer park. I do feel like poor white people would probably like eat me just because I've been around. So I'm more comfortable in the hood than I am around poor white people. But I feel good in any suburb, Black suburbs, white suburbs. I don't know. I just feel like, they got too much to lose.
Well,
but, hey,
yeah, suburbs for sure is different.
Cheeky, well, the one follow-up flow is that considered anti-Black? Your answer to Flo's question, Cheeky, right? Are you putting that in anti-Black?
Yeah, no, I acknowledge that. That would be considered anti-Black. Like it'd be due to, part of it is due to experience, part of it is due to propaganda. And of course, like I'm only speaking from a retroactive standpoint, like, because I answered this question some years ago, but as of now, like, don't nobody really intimidate or bother me. So I ain't got shit to worry about. But when I was younger, like when I just didn't know shit because I was not outside or whatever the case. Yeah, fucking hell yeah. Like what the fuck niggas got going on?
Flo, question.
Yes,
When
sir.
you hear, like, you heard the many examples that Cheeky gave when you did come up here, right?
Which
Like
one?
about the anti-black, and he just went through several examples.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you've had plenty of conversations. Does it strike you, like, when you see black people, black men more specifically, right? Because that's kind of the demographic. That's like, well, George Floyd was high, or this kid shouldn't have had a gun, or what's the lady that had remember the hot water?
Oh yeah.
And black men were quick to say, oh, well, she shouldn't have tried to throw the water. You know what I mean?
And with Sonia Massey.
Sonia Massey, God bless her dead. Right? When you hear that, does that jump out to you at all? Or you just like, have you noticed it previously? Like, do you see that as odd, or you see that as is?
That they're criticizing the victims in these cases.
Yeah, and then I guess the thing that we cannot eliminate is because the conversation anti-black, the victim also looks like them for all intents and purposes.
That doesn't jump out to me. I feel like in these conversations, there's always somebody who's on the side of that, well, he should have been standing there. That's why he got shot, right?
Yeah.
There's always somebody on that side, and I don't think that doesn't jump out to me as particularly race related. What does jump out to me is about black people versus other culture or other races is that black people seem to be absolutely the quickest ones to bring race into the mix as a reason for things going wrong.
The floor is open. Go ahead, Key.
Okay. Something to go to what he said just now. I was watching the case of the child thing. The white attorney asked, I believe it was Andy. He asked Andy, the son. He asked him, if I was the guy that the young man, if he did everything I did, he took the water and everything. He said he wouldn't have done it. He said he would never chase them. And then by that standard, if you look at that, if you're saying you wouldn't have chased him in a high 10 situation, that means by his color that you were saying you wouldn't do it. Because why the reason why you didn't do it? Why wouldn't you have said you did the same thing if it was him?
Say that again. So the lawyer said that he would not have done what the shop owner did in his shoes.
No, he asked, would you have chased me as the guy? Would you have chased me and done everything that you did? He said, no, I would not have done the same thing as you had done. I mean,
did he explain why it would be different?
No, he didn't.
Okay. I'm gonna guess that the lawyer is a lot older, probably better dressed. I mean, I don't think that you can jump to it's race related. You might be able to speculate, but I'd hope the follow-up question was why not? Because there's a whole myriad of reasons it could be.
Yeah. But he said he did the same actions, did the same thing like he done. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, there's hold on. Sorry, Key, I gotta interject this. Flo, if I made an argument that the Jewish insert race or prejudice quicker than black people, you think I could make a good argument? Even if you didn't concede, you think I could make a good argument?
Yeah, I think you could make a good argument.
When you look at
HAMP, also the Asians too.
All right. I don't think that's as good an argument.
You can say that, but there are far fewer, or there was more comments about the Asian hate bill, whatever the case may be, right? When it was highlighted that they were getting, and the first thing that Asian people did was go, Asians are being attacked. Any minority group that is experiencing ICE, perfect example. Latinos, what are they saying? Y'all are going only for the Latinos. Anytime that there's a minority group and a history of injustice or whatever you want to call it toward that group, they're always going to think it's about the color of their skin, because that's what white people have always put into the history of the thing itself. I'm sorry, like, why did civil rights exist? We wouldn't think about race at all had white people not try to exclude other races of people into the opportunities, integrity, or the opportunities that should come from just being an American.
Are you still excluded?
Absolutely. Yes. There's still exclusion.
So? Give me a specific example of
There's
of
still
exclusion
I'm
in America.
perfect. Absolutely. There's still exclusions happening, especially within real estate itself. There are
Within real
there's
estate.
there
You
yes,
talk about
there's
redlining?
no, I'm talking about some see, and that's the issue. It's not just redlining. There's appraisals that is happening that still are being taught within real estate classes in school that real estates have to do continual education on. They still have to continue to teach these people not to do these things because they're continuously and perpetually doing it. Appraisals, deed theft. Like there's things that are happening just because they're not happening to you or they're not publicized or spoken on much because that's not the main thing to do, especially when it comes to the right or the left. That doesn't mean that they're not happening. Why there's still trainings on how to deal with Black people specifically when it comes to treating things right within the bank? Why is there still laws having to be enacted? Why are these things still here?
Overcorrection. I can tell you that. I was a loan officer for 10 years. I know exactly what you're talking about. We have overcorrected so far from redlining that you can go into any single branch, not any bank branch in the US and say, let me see your CRA folder, Community Reinvestment Act. And that branch has to have on file ready for anybody to inspect proof beforehand of how they're serving the whole community at large and they're not engaging in redlining or discriminatory practices.
Okay, so what does that have to do with appraisals? Like the fact that
It's all
what is that? What does that have to do?
It's all part of the same It's all part of the same transaction, right? You got a loan, you got a lender, you got a seller, you got a buyer, you got an appraiser. You think appraisers want to come in with low property values? That's
Wait a
against
minute.
their
Wait, no,
that's
no,
against
no,
their
no,
economic.
no. Why are you making it seem as if they have like some logical motive to not do something when when being racist in and of itself is illogical? They don't care about
Well,
that. Matter of fact,
appraisers.
matter of fact, you tell me because I have plenty of cases that you can pull up and research, and that they use in examples for real estate school or classes that go, here's a current example in 2021. Here's a current example in 2000. These things don't stop. And just because you don't believe in it doesn't change the fact that there's still lawsuits happening and there's still people getting settlements due to the racism that's integrated into these people's mindset. Why is it? How about this? How about this?
Due to the hold on, let me
there a
respond to that. Due to the
Republican
infrastructure.
why is there a
You gonna
Republican
land the
chat?
plane?
You're asking for examples.
You gave me one. Let me respond to that.
Go ahead.
There are still lawsuits because people are litigious and people who see an easy opening. When I was a lender, I had one civil rights or discrimination complaint against me the whole time I was a loan officer. It was by a white guy who was a vet who didn't want to sign the document. The existence of the complaint doesn't mean anything. That obviously wasn't discrimination. He was a veteran. So he said I was discriminating against veterans by wanting him to sign his loan document. The existence of a complaint doesn't mean that there's a systematic problem that they're all valid.
Okay, so what about the settlement or the case being found true and liable of racist or discrimination? What about those?
What, recently? You're always going to have an outlier. There's
what if this
400,000 there's 400 million people in this country. You're going to have a racist person here and there. There's nothing you can do about it. But
Okay,
we have
so what about
we have overcorrected when it comes to the lending and I can speak to. We have overcorrected this so far that if I as a loan officer see a name on an application that looks black, I need to have extra justification. The lender doesn't have any idea what race you are because that's not a question on the application. However, you need to have extra cause to turn down a minority sounding name as opposed to just Todd Jones, right?
Why is that overcorrection?
Well, I thought you didn't know who the minority was.
But besides that, why is that overcorrection to a system that's already proven itself to be against those people?
No, they're not against it anymore. It's overcorrection because at this point.
Explain to me why there are politicians, active politicians that were found in the group chat saying that they want to hang N-words and burn the Jews. Explain that.
What active politicians? I can't explain every single little incident that
you have. Of course you can, and I'm not. You know what? It wouldn't be fair for me. It wouldn't be fair for me to explain for you to ask for you to explain an exorbitant amount of racism that's been displayed and been more open than it's been in quite some time, because you wouldn't have an answer to why racism do racist things if you're not racist.
But here is how it's an overcorrection. It's an overcorrection because now we have ingrained into the entire system special privileges for blacks.
Why
That's
did
not
those?
equality. That's not
Okay.
equality.
Why did the Civil Rights Act even exist? For what reason? What was the purpose for it?
Get to the point. Are you saying that they're
I'm
there
asking
and
you a
they should be
question.
there? Are
I'm
you saying?
asking
Are
you
you
a
saying?
question. I'm
Well, where are
asking
you
you the
leading to?
purpose. What is the purpose?
For equality,
Why did that have to exist if everybody was equal?
because of inequality.
Okay, and how do we know that inequality still isn't happening?
We know the inequality happens because you have to keep a file that shows that you're actually doing what you're supposed to be doing. The fact that that is a requirement proves Cheeky's point. And if you need
No, it
further
doesn't.
examples, I put them in the back chat. I gave you 7, but it's a very common fact, and I've seen people and done it myself, where appraisers will come in and appraise a home as lower value when they say a black family is in it. There's no argument that can be made against that.
Absolutely, there's an argument to be made against
Oh,
that.
sorry, there's no factual.
Because
It can only be an emotional opinion. Because the
No.
fact of the matter is, it happens, and I've given you the examples so you can cite them if you need to.
and the appraisal said it's because there's a black family in it, or you just inferred that.
No, so what makes me come to that conclusion, or what make any logical person come to the conclusion, is that when they appraise the same house with white artifacts, white people in the pictures, white family, white decorations, and that very same home is appraised by another appraiser that has black people in it, black centric designs, that house came back $80,000 less.
Another appraiser. You had another appraiser.
Right, but so
that's why it's different.
No, that's a trap for you, but I'll break it down. Do you know that your appraisers, there shouldn't be more than a $15,000-$20,000 mark mean difference between two appraisers for appraising the same property?
It depends on the property's value.
And when that happens, this is what gets triggered, and this is why loan appraisers have to show that, hey, I'm not giving black people loans because his name is Tyrone Jenkins. That's not why they didn't grant the loan. The fact that you have those requirements proves that there is some sort of discrimination in the factors. To say they were overcorrecting, that argument would don't have to be predicated on the fact that you don't believe that you're having to do these things, or these things are happening enough that warrant you what you're required to do now. And if that's your argument, I don't think that you're going to be able to win that against Cheeky, because he has too many facts and examples on his side.
So appraisals, first of all, appraisals are guesstimates, right? It's always a guesstimate. Nobody actually knows the value of a house. It's not a fixed thing. It fluctuates.
Comps in the home.
There are standard formats that appraisals follow: historical sale value and 3
comps.
Comps, exactly.
That's what I said. Yeah.
So you think that because one appraiser came significantly higher than another appraiser, that proves anything other than you had 2 different appraisers?
No,
Yes.
that's not it. That's not what I'm saying. I'll say it again. There is a margin of error that licensed appraisers are expected to be in when they're appraising a property. Mm-hmm. So if the only difference was that he met a white in the home, and then he met a black couple in the home, and then that margin of error was exceeded, it is a logical conclusion to think, or to make the inference of that, you know what? Why else could this be when the only difference was who he met that was presenting the home? And mind you, this isn't.
But they're 2 entirely different appraisers. They could have looked at different previous sale comps. They could have different skill sets. There's all sorts of reasons that could be.
I like these types of excuses because these are easy to punch holes in. So I'll start with the first one. They're not different sales comps because they're looking in the same neighborhood. So the comps are going to be the same. It's not different neighborhoods.
No, you choose 3 houses,
right,
and their previous sales.
So, and
I guarantee a neighborhood has more than 3 houses that have ever sold. You can choose 3 different houses.
100% correct, right? But what are the deviations in those homes? And then, cool. Even if that was the case, they picked 3 different houses. Do you think that those 3 different houses are going to have a $80,000 to $100,000 difference in their appraisals? Or are you also going to that you have to acknowledge the fact that appraisers are held to a standard? So when Cheeky's getting his appraisal license, he goes in and appraises a home. And then you come in as his instructor, or the person granting that license, and says, well, why did you come up with this value? I came up with 545. How did you get 460? He has to explain that. Mm-hmm. When asked to explain it, there was no explanation that was given. There was no acceptable explanation that was given in any one of the examples I put in the back there for you.
There was no explanation or no acceptable explanation.
Oh, no acceptable. I mean, it's even worse if it's not
viable explanation, right? Essentially.
So,
and Flo, when you, oh, my bad. Sorry. Go ahead.
I mean,
I
if
was
you're
going to say
happening,
who hired but the two appraisers, because the buyer's appraiser is going to have an incentive to do a lower price than the seller's appraiser.
well, that's the so in. I'm glad
Willie, real quick, and I promise.
Because the seller in each one of these cases, and I didn't give you the ones where I knew that the buyers bought it because I understand that I've got a significant presence in the real estate market. What I did do is make sure that I gave you one where it was a seller who hired the appraiser. And again, the seller hiring the appraiser to sell their home got a different appraisal from when they had their stuff in it to when it looked like a white family lived there in each one of these cases.
Sounds like a setup.
So Hamp, this is what I mean by section 2 of the Civil Rights Act was needed because the outcome, because what Flo is doing is what I expect white men and white people to do when it comes to racism. Well, how do you know it's because of this and not that? And how you know the outcome? Because just because nobody confesses while they're writing a gerrymandering law and redistricting everybody, I hate niggas, doesn't mean that's not in their mind and that's not what they're intending to do. Just like an appraiser won't be walking through the house, this look like a nigga house, I'm gonna mark 80. The outcome. Why does it take another appraisal for it to be an 80,000 to 100,000 plus difference when we know that there is literally a formula to finding the CMA, the comparative market value of a home. You own homes, and I know your real estate agent knew about it, and I know appraisals know about it. If you get two different appraisals and it's that much of a difference, and the only thing that is different is the pictures of the family, one being white and black. I may not be able to prove he said I hate niggas, but something is a little suspicious, which is why these rulings on these things like the Civil Rights Act matter, because white people will never be bold enough unless they're Chud the Builder or fucking idiots or think they have some level of anonymity to be in a group chat and just say what they really think. This is why I don't fuck with.
I have a question. But for the real estate thing, but wouldn't that go against if you got a low appraisal? But wouldn't that hurt the real estate agent also?
If it's the seller's agent,
no. If it's the buyer, yeah. If it's the seller's agent, it would. But if
it would hurt both sides because commission.
It would hurt the seller's agent because the seller wants the house to go as high as possible. Yeah, but he wants to make the biggest percent. If he's going to get his 3 points off the deal, he wants to get 3 points off of 500,000 instead of getting 3 points off of 420.
Yeah, the buyer's agent, they want their client to win.
The buyer's agent wants a low appraisal because then they get to save their client's money and they're more likely to get a deal done.
Yeah, they want to get the deal done. So it's just different there. One thing I was thinking about was, my bad, Devin, were you done?
Oh no, I think it was Flo.
I was gonna say one thing, Flo, that I was thinking about is the overcorrection sentiment. I'm just thinking about how long was it a disparity? And then if there was a disparity for an elongated period of time, there needs to be a level of correction to match that disparity. You see? So if people were redlined and over taxed on interest rates and such, you need to correct that to a point to where they can at least break even. So I don't see it as overcorrection. I see it as a necessary based on how long that disparity lasted, if that makes sense.
And so you're saying that black people should have preferential treatment now?
Well, I'm just thinking if they had non-preferential treatment, right? If you want to make a correction, what would you do? You see, like if I treated you poorly,
put it to.
What would I do
see what
for
you're
you
saying.
After?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I disagree with it. I think that the way that you correct an injustice or inequality is to make things equal. You don't correct an inequality. Two wrongs don't make a right. You don't correct an inequality by adding a different inequality.
Yeah, that would make sense from a person who's never been robbed, right? So if my interest rate is 20%, not you directly. I know you did a lot of stereotypical black people shit, right? You've been to prison and all that, right? So I'm saying that if it makes sense. Oh, let me just give you your shit back, or let me just not rob you again, right? But that doesn't hear correctly to the person who was being robbed. Like there's no statute of limitation on murder. So how do you reconcile? right?
So
How do you atone,
here's where I would concede some ground to that idea.
Okay.
Is one in which there's some preordained conclusion, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna do this until X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
But I never hear the X, Y, and Z, right? There's no end destination at which point now these have been corrected and we can let it go.
I've been corrected.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Well,
I think that the overcorrection that you're alluding to isn't there. It's just a correction of what was wrong, right? An overcorrection may be considered like a reparation of some sort, an allocation of some sort, i.e. with the Native Americans, we know that's terrible, based on how much they actually had. Maybe the what we continue to give the Jewish people for some reason, or what the Chinese got after they were put in internment camps for World War II. Like that would be the overcorrection, and then you maintain the status quo after that. But that hasn't happened unless we can name something or substantiate that it has.
And I think the difference, I think with especially with the Japanese internment camps, that reparation or whatever compensation happened to the people who were affected. I would agree that I think the Jews have been overcorrected. I think that probably most people have been overcorrected. I think that Native Americans arguably have been undercorrected, but I'm not going to die on that hill.
Yeah. I'm just saying there's an allocation there. There's something like, okay, you're able to have sovereign land to where you can leverage it, right? But we haven't seen that. Now, here's the thing. If you rob me and wait for me to die, what does that mean? I've still been robbed, right? And there's a lineage that you can still get that money back to. So just because you waited me out doesn't mean that you're exonerated. Because that's what you're saying. So because the people that went through it are no longer existing, now it just that wouldn't make sense.
Sure, it would.
It's convenient.
There's
I'm saying in terms of
injustice.
My bad. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that there's injustices all through history, and to try to reach back and untangle that knot is undoable. It's so tedious if you get into it.
It flow. But you hear my argument, right? It's tedious for the person that didn't suffer it.
Fucked everything up,
right?
Yeah.
But now just to think about it. Well, no, I hear your argument, right? And you heard my retort to that, right? And so when you take from a people, right? When you don't allow them certain resources, luxuries, abilities to do things, those things indeed have residual effects, because we simply know most people's wealth comes from land. So what happens when you don't have land allocations? What happens when you don't get to go to the West and be a 49er? Right? There are residual effects. And this is not even, I'm just speaking like just logically,
Right. And it sounds like, from having talked to the panel for an hour or so now, that at least you and Dr. Willie seem to have definitely overcome that group setback.
Okay.
Sounds like y'all both own a few pieces of real estate.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably a few more than the average American. I don't know what the average American owns, but I bet it's not even a whole residence.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying how long? To say what? Just so I'm clear.
So my question would be, how long do you, and this is for you or Dr. Willie, at what point do you feel like, okay, I'm actually doing better by this metric than the majority of the country? I no longer need to have this special treatment to right wrongs that obviously are not impacting me anymore.
No, Willie, I'll go first because I'll be fast. Essentially, I know that most businesses close within the first 5 years, up to 50%. Is that right? Is that still a good stat? Foreclosure rates are like between 11 and 20% for most people, right? I'm saying people. I know that upwards of 90% of the country lives paycheck to paycheck. Am I doing good based on the numbers so far?
Yeah.
So I'm fucking special. But that doesn't mean I ignore the other 90% who aren't me or aren't Willie. That's my answer. Go ahead, Willie.
I'm muted. I'm sorry. No, I'm not.
No, you know.
Yeah. So the thing is, I never cared about any of these metrics that you guys are talking about because my father didn't care about them because he did what it takes. He did what it took to make sure that I wasn't affected. And now being an adult, successful male, I don't think that just because I was able to do it, that the other 99.9% of people will. I have an unusually high level of success based on the decisions I've made with my life. So I also don't expect everybody to have access to these same decisions that I was able to make. I went into the military, served, and then got out and started a business and have been successful since. But you're saying that, that me and Cheeky have gotten further in life, because we own houses. Yeah, I'm approaching 200 Section 8 homes. So what my path is not going to be, it should not be indicative of, well, okay, well, since Willie did it, then why don't the rest of y'all do it? That seems to be the sentiment a lot of non-black people have when they talk to successful black men and think, well, why aren't you complaining about having these disadvantages? Well, it didn't affect you. And the reason why it didn't affect me the way it was, it's not because it didn't affect me, it's because those same disadvantages I was able to overcome. It was through some things a lot of black guys may not have, a strong father, a strong support system. But just because I beat it doesn't mean that it didn't exist. Just because it doesn't affect me personally doesn't mean that I don't have to worry about it protecting my son and daughter. It's not one of those things where, okay, well, you can't use me as the exception to the rule to say that the rule shouldn't be in existence.
Yeah. Hey, and Flo, one thing, right? I think, correct me if I'm wrong with the verbiage. Did you say overcome these obstacles?
I think so.
Is that a Freudian slip?
I think that was just. I think I was just meeting you where you're at, right?
Well, no,
you're saying that black people, you're saying that black people have. That wasn't a concession. You're saying black people have these historical setbacks, right? I don't think that there still needs to be preferential treatment for black people to make up for those. And I was using you two as examples.
Okay. Well, I just listening to the overcome verbiage. I was just wondering if that what you actually meant, but you're saying that you're acknowledging obstacles. You're acknowledging obstacles that did exist, though, right? You're not saying there wasn't any.
Right.
Oh, so okay. All right. Then,
his point, right? Yeah. So the reason why you said we don't deserve preferential treatment, I see where you're going with that. This is the thing. The reason why I tell you it doesn't apply to me is because the preferential treatment that I get, I've earned directly, regardless of those setbacks. So like when I call my loan officer, I'm not getting denied. The deal gets done because I've earned that right with them. When I send them a property, the deal just gets done because I've earned that credit with them. I've earned that accountability, that reputation and respect. That doesn't mean that I'm saying that I got anything preferential or that I would turn it down. You think that if I had people,
that's not what I'm talking about. That's not racial-based preferential treatment. That's merit-based treatment, right?
So exactly. So the fact that I'm benefiting from merit-based treatment doesn't mean that I also didn't benefit from some sort of, or wasn't disadvantaged by the fact that
the real question is, what preferential treatment are black people getting? What can you point out that show me that individualistic thing that is meant for black people that we're succeeding from, please?
That you're succeeding from. I just said you got preferential treatment.
Like what?
And so in some cases, like for the example earlier, loan denials.
What about loan denials? You saying black people don't get the loans denied?
Black people still get denied the most. Still,
sure. Black people still get denied loans. Everybody still gets denied loans.
No. Sorry, the most.
No. Black people get it the most.
Okay, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I have examples.
Wait. If you're saying you don't know about it, how are you concluding that black people gain any level of success from it?
I didn't say black people gained any level of success. I'm saying that black people are gaining success at a rate that really isn't that much lower economically. Black people are right behind white people.
And what?
In household income.
We're right behind. By how much?
Asians are at the top. Asians are at the top. I'm rolling off memory, so it may be imperfect. Asians are on top. Whites are in the middle. Blacks are a little bit behind whites, and if I remember correctly, Hispanics are at the bottom.
But still, Native Americans at the bottom.
Okay,
but yeah, you got the right order. You got the right order.
And what do you attributing to that success? What thing are you pointing to?
I'm not pointing to a cause. All I'm saying I'm pointing to an outcome. I'm saying here's the outcome. It looks like blacks are doing just fine economically in society compared to the rest of society.
So what makes you think we're getting preferential treatment?
No, hold on, Flo. I don't know if what it is maybe like the conversation him and I were having, because I was saying the overcorrection is warranted because there was such a disparity for such a long time.
But him, what I'm
that's almost like me saying it, I guess.
Yeah,
but I don't
but
think I don't know if we. Okay, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
But my point is this: what is there to point towards this overcorrection, and how do you know we're receiving that? If you look at DEI, who's the beneficiary? Who's the beneficiary of that? When you look it up, it's white women.
He was talking about
what is it that black people? What is it that black people are receiving in special treatment or preference? What is it? Tell me.
He was talking about the extra steps that it takes when it comes to denying.
I'm asking him, Devin, because I need him to know that if he's making the claim. Not only do I need him,
but we've already covered this. The reason everyone else is answering the question is because we've already been over this.
No. I need you to answer the question. What preferential treatment is it that black people are receiving that you can point to?
DEI policies, affirmative action policies. These are all government policies aimed at giving preferential treatment to certain segments of people. One of them being black people.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Okay. And you wait. But and you just said you're doing things based off of outcome. So based off of the outcome of DEI and whatever those things you just named, where do black people fall in that outcome?
The outcome of DEI. We're talking about two different things. You're moving the goalposts around. I'm saying moving it based off of what you just look at household income. If you look at household income in the U.S., blacks are not doing
outcome,
right.
Uh-huh.
And I'm saying that the preferential treatment that you have with DEI policies to try to help black people up, it looks like there's not still a deficit in the outcomes that needs to be addressed proactively by policies.
There is a deficit. Black people aren't receiving the most DEI. That's the deficit. So if we're not receiving the most in something that's supposed to help us, then what are you pointing to?
Nobody should be receiving DEI, in my opinion.
Of course, you, as the white man, would say that. I would expect that, duh.
Well, the white women get it, apparently. So I should be.
So
why
are you saying? Okay, so if you're admitting now that the white women, if you're admitting now that white women, hold on. If you're admitting now that white women get it,
what is the reason? What is the reason that black people deserve preferential treatment?
You don't think the history?
Okay, the history.
Yes,
so the history. And the preferential treatment is designed to correct historical setbacks, right?
Yes.
Where we're at now,
means
it looks
Flo, slow it down, right? That is actually doing the thing that you said should happen, right? Correcting the wrong, right? What it would be was making things equal, which is why they need affirmative action, because there was no access. So it's not preferential treatment, it's equality, the thing that you asked for. That's why affirmative action came to be in the first place, because there was no access.
I understand why it came to be. I'm saying if we look at the economic makeup of the country right now,
I see what you're saying.
It looks like the objective
it worked
of those policies has been met already.
Yeah, you're saying it looks like it worked, right? Just to put it in layman's terms, like, the affirmative action, correction, etc. Now you're looking at disparity in income, and you don't see a very large disparity. I think it's like $10,000 between white men and black men. I think about $10,000.
But even with that being said, Hamp, my question is, if you're making, because he's making an assumption, how do you know that $10,000 difference is due to DEI or anything else, and not due to exorbitant wealth through athletes? Is that the average? Is that the median? What's the median income for white people and black people?
I don't understand why you're still asking me about the cause of that spread
average.
There.
What is the median, not the average? What is the median income between black people and white people?
Well, I don't know the exact numbers offhand. What I'm saying is black people.
Hey, Devin, can you look
black
it up?
people are not. If we divide the country by race and we look at household income, black people are not doing especially bad. They're at the top of the bottom half. So,
and you're saying, you're attributing that. Go ahead.
Let me. So what you guys are saying is that black people have been born into this special setback because of historical reasons. And so that justifies special treatment or preferential treatment now in order to offset that. I'm saying if you look at the household income distributions, that setback that black people are apparently suffering isn't really there.
No.
You're making an assumption.
Let me go.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's objective, right? There is no assumption about historical setbacks and deficiencies, right? That's an objective truth. I think, Flo, I'm understanding the argument where you have affirmative action, things like that, where there were changes in standards like redlining and etc. to gain access to things that we were barred from. It almost sounds like now it seems like it worked essentially because you're not seeing disparity in income, and we know we basically base most people's success on how much money they making, right? And so, do you acknowledge that there needed to be correction, and maybe now at this point, based on the income coming in, it worked?
No, I'm not speaking to the cause of the outcome at all. I don't know if it's because of these policies or if it's just because Black people like yourself and Dr. Willie decided to just do the damn thing, right? I don't know why that income gap isn't there.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I have a question for him.
So
Do
you
think
questioning
that
it all? Okay.
Do you think that if Black people and white people had the same starting points when they came to America, that with the order in which we fall, you know, as far as Asians being, do you think that we would still be in the same position?
I think that at this point in American history, Black and white people, our culture is so mingled that I think that it would look like this basically, except with a little bit with less focus politically and culturally on race. But I think that we white and Black people in America have the same culture essentially.
So no, that's I can understand how you think it would look, but what I'm asking you is, do you think that white people and Black people would be in the same order financially as far as median income comes if we had the same exact starting point? So if you need just to make it simple, do you think that Black people would still be behind white people without 400 years of slavery?
I don't know. That's a lot of speculation for me to do. You want me to speculate 500 years?
No, it's not just the 400 that was there.
It's not speculation. It's proven.
This is what
proven.
So let me explain why.
You're asking me to speculate on a different timeline. That's not proven.
Well, so that's right. It's not. Let me. This is why.
Okay.
Because if you can't inherently admit that a group of people having a 400-year head start amongst another group of people, that if they didn't have that 400-year head start, the likelihood of the standings currently after in a world where they had that 400 head start would be different. That's the problem.
Well,
so hold on.
Flo, can I ask you a
The
question?
numbers whenever you want.
Flo, can I ask you a question?
Can I respond to what he said real quick?
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay. So you're assuming that that's the most prominent factor in racial income distributions. Look at the North and the South. I think that a much bigger factor in who has money today is who was a northern citizen and who was a southern citizen before the Civil War. People in the South, whites and Blacks, got wiped out.
I like that argument. But again, but you did accept Cheeky's point, which is a fact that the majority of wealth has been built through land ownership. And seeing as how Black people couldn't own land for centuries, and you had a century head start, it's almost like we're playing Monopoly, and I give you 4 laps around the board before I start.
Well, this is what I was going to ask Flo, though. Do you think that we're using the verbiage head start? Do you think that white people had a head start over Black people based on the history?
Yeah.
And so you would have to concede the point that if there was no head start and you are making the argument that is already very close, the gap has shrunk significantly to your point, you would have to concede the point that Black people would be ahead based on your logic and your premise. It's not something you could argue.
It is something I could argue because this is like I told you earlier. If there was some end objective in sight, right? At this point, we've remedied that. But all I'm hearing, I've not heard anybody ever, and I've brought this up on lots of panels. I've never heard anybody say at this point things will have been corrected. All I hear is people saying the reason for every problem that we have is slavery 400 years ago.
So, Flo, how about this?
Hold on
a second.
Willie.
I gotta grab a pack of smokes out of the other room.
All right, hold on. Right. So now this is the linear logic, right? He has to concede this point, if we're having a real conversation. He admits he agrees that there's a head start, right?
Yes.
So quite literally, if there was no head start, the people that he said the gap already have closed the gap would be ahead. There's no other way you can say that. If you're saying that because his point is that the gap is damn near smothered, right? Right? Because remember, he said, look at the income gap between black people and white people. It's basically gone. So if that's his point, there's no way you don't concede to the head start being the only reason why the gap is closed and we haven't surpassed. Just linear logically speaking.
And I think the biggest, I think the biggest thing is like I think from his standpoint, I think the conversation with him is to kind of bring him on par to what our conversation is. The issue is there's never going to since time is linear, we're never going to cross or whatever. This is going to always be the perceived head start. So then his question is, when is it going to ever stop if the numbers seem to show
history is going to be always what it is?
It's never going to stop.
There it is.
Let me talk now. Okay. It's not about that, right? He gonna answer and he gotta concede if he be genuine. The Head Start thing he has to concede to. If it doesn't come out of his mouth, it doesn't matter, right? Because that's the logical thing. If he says no, that's a logical fallacy. So now we move on. And we say, okay, there were discrepancies in treatment. Affirmative action, eliminating redlining, is how you remove those discrepancies and make the correction. Okay? At what point is the correction good enough, and at what point does it become overcorrection? Right? We know that affirmative action started to work for everybody.
Exactly.
White women, Latinos, all of that, right? Whoever didn't have representation got representation. We saw where now it could be an issue, i.e. Harvard versus affirmative action, right? Something like that. The Asians at Harvard, right? Because
now they're finding out that it helped them too.
Yeah. So you have it, right? And then you have things that can cause issue, you know? So we understand that. All right. So that's where we are now. Now, Flo, what is this question that you've been asking that nobody could answer in perpetuity?
Is it still justified today? Right. I already conceded that there's a head start.
Yeah. What's justified? My bad. Go ahead. Sorry.
Are the current correcting measures in place justified for the current issues at hand? And one thing that I'd point out that I think is critical to this is that time might be linear, but progress is not.
Yeah. Now, and your question is, are all these things put in place necessary based for today's times?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you never got an answer to that question. A good answer, I guess. A valid.
Well, the question I've never heard an answer to. I'm sorry. That one was when I asked Black people specifically,
okay,
at what point do you feel like historical injustices, like we've done enough and now things can just be neutral?
You can't do that. The reason being is because the historical injustice comes from a philosophy and a mindset that y'all created. So until all of y'all go, everybody in power, anyone able to affect change, till when there are no more leaks of Republican lawmakers and current leaders within the office are saying, I want to hang N-words and put Jews in the burn, then so it's not, how about this? It's not up to us. It's up to y'all. When y'all gonna stop being racist? When are y'all gonna stop trying to regress civil rights acts so that you can maintain some power and try to be disingenuous with your political efforts? When is that going to stop happening?
See, this is
when that stops happening, and we can point to, oh, you know what? It seems like these people aren't fucking devils, and these people don't have any malintent with their political ambitions or economic ambitions. That's when those things will stop. So how about this?
I think whenever Tiki feels like it,
do it based off philosophy.
Flo, get a couple answers and then you can
Yeah, I'll give him an answer. You can say that it's enough has been done when race is no longer like a like when race no longer predicts meaningful outcomes, opportunity, safety, or dignity. When you can say that stops happening, that's when that's when enough has been done, and that's not the case today.
Key. That's a good answer.
I don't think you can say it at all until literally, like they said, until race. Either we don't see race until like we don't see race. There, everybody yellow or something. But I don't see that's ever gonna happen. We're set. United States is in the ways of what is built on, even for its founder fathers. So I think we can't do that.
Devin, you were about to offer something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this like the type of response that Cheeky gave is what continues to drive the wedge. Where it's like he's like, "Where's the outcome of bringing us together?" But then Cheeky goes to talking about when Republicans stop saying racist stuff. Like we just haven't seen the Southern Poverty Law Center funding the KKK from the Democratic side. So it's like like that's what I'm saying is like he's asking a genuine question, but then you start bringing up some stuff where it's like it's not some Democrat like there's possible there's racism on both sides.
He's talking about white people.
Okay.
Actually.
Okay.
Like,
Wait. Hold on.
I'm not done my statement.
Well, finish.
Like,
Yeah, finish your stupid statement, please.
There's racism on both sides, and the issue is you're not identifying how it is on both sides to where it's convoluting the situation to where he's asking a genuine question of when is equal, when is equal, and how do we get to that? Because we're giving these grandiose
Devin.
Why didn't you let him do this?
Devin, let me ask you. Yeah. But Devin, let me ask you, do you agree that there's racism on both sides?
Yes.
So think about that then, right? So if Flo's asking a question, I don't know if he acknowledges that there's racism on both sides. Wouldn't you be able to, does he have an answer on how to put the fire out on his side? Because if I know how to put out a fire, if I know how to stop the wing T, because football makes the most sense for everything in the whole wide world, right? If I know how to parry, then slip the double jab, I can then go to Cheeky and teach him. I can then go to Flow State and teach him, right? So if you are dealing with the similar issues, you don't have a solve for it. Do you expect me to?
But I think what you can gather from it, which is
respond to me though.
Yeah,
because you said but you didn't even acknowledge or say anything. So I'm just asking.
No, I was responding to what you're saying is whereas like does he have can he explain something that kind of like helps the plot get to where we're trying to go far as
does he have any ideas essentially?
Yeah, no, and I was saying, and I was getting ready to say, I think what he's alluding to is showing a sentiment. Maybe he means do it or not do it, but what I'm perceiving is well, the actions that we're taking now without some clear vision of what that looks like and path, it then breeds resentment. So then where there might not be technically people who are racist, they're just like, we're just continuing making exceptions and rules, and they don't understand. They might not fully understand it because they're not black. They're not going to understand it.
But Devin, why did you choose his response to argue against when I gave us a clear, concise one? Like you picked his because it's easy for you just to give your opinion because you don't like what he said. Why has nobody used my response yet? Because mine was specific and gave you.
Why did you cheeky?
No.
Well, no,
Willie.
No, we're not. When I asked why you
Willie, say it again. It took you 10 seconds to say it. Say it again.
I said when race no longer meaningfully predicts outcomes, treatment, safety, opportunities, or dignity. That's when we can say enough has been done. But you heard me say that, but then the shows the responded cheeky.
Yeah, no, because I think the issue is I think you said something clear and concise, so it didn't need to be responded to. But I think when Cheeky starts,
do you agree with it?
I just said I agree with it. I said he was right. What are you talking about?
I was just trying to make sure we're on the same page.
That's literally the first thing I said in my mouth after he responded. I said Willie is right. Then I'm saying the issue with what you're saying is then you start throwing some nonsense on top of it. That then
just say what you're saying, Devin.
Oh, he just want. Oh no,
really. Cheeky every 5 minutes.
Really, because he want to argue with Cheeky.
That's fine. I don't know why though.
That's fine. It don't matter. But watch how this works.
I like that.
Did I say anything different than Willie?
I get entertained.
Did I say anything different than Willie? did I
Yes,
say different than
you
Willie?
said something drastic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said something. What the hell? Yeah.
I did. What did I say that's different?
See, he think he be talking, but he don't be talking.
No,
That's
yeah,
the-
you acknowledge what he was saying. I think you know what it was. You were giving several examples.
Exactly. So I didn't say anything different. And for those who were listening would know that. I said it's up to y'all for y'all to get rid of your racist ideology and philosophy. That's what I said. And guess
And
what
he said
Willie
both
said?
sides too. And he
And
said both sides.
exactly. And it don't matter.
And he
But for
actually,
those who don't fucking listen, that's fine.
he actually
I
gave
didn't say anything. I didn't say anything different. What I did was bring up real life examples because I know how these people work, Hamp.
Hey, Hamp,
They
to be
need
fair,
examples and something to point toward to go, oh, well, give me an example. I gave you several.
No, the clear and concise thing is Willie gave a clear and concise answer. What
But
you did was
Cheeky
what you
gave
did.
examples of everything I said in order.
Yeah, but you answered the question.
Just say you don't like what I said, but you agree
you
with fucking
answered-
Willie.
hold on.
Let's get this shit over with, bro. These
Dr.
people
Willie
are so
answered the
fucking caught up in their
question.
feelings. God damn.
Calm down, Cheeky. You're the only one in your feelings. Dr. Willie
Yeah, you're
answered
right.
the
You're right.
question.
You're right.
Cheeky deferred, and just pointed the finger and said, "You guys are racist." That's not an answer to the question.
Well,
That's an accusation.
He actually gave examples of the racism to each point that I made when I said no longer meaningfully predict their outcomes, treatment opportunity, safety, or dignity. Like when I said that, the examples he gave align with each one of those things. I think almost in order. I could be wrong, but he gave.
You're not.
So it's almost like it was a 1-2 punch because I gave you the clear, concise answer. That's what I do. You ask me a question, I answer it, and then I can provide context. In this case, the context were the examples that Cheeky gave. And I will say, it's got not maybe with you, but with Devin, it's typically because he just doesn't like what Cheeky has to say. Yeah. I haven't interacted with you enough to put that on you, but I've seen Devin do it to Cheeky episode of 30. So I can why that But now you can't say you didn't have an answer though. So today, June 2nd, you've had that question answered. Yes. I don't think that you're going to find somebody that'll give you a better, more concise answer than I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you your flowers. That is the best, most concise answer I've ever received to that question yet. Way 100%. way better than Cheeky's.
And Flo, if I were to answer, I like Willie's answer. I don't think it's a realistic one. I think that people should be racist perfectly, right? Racism and bigotry is where we start to have issue, right? But when the Chinese come and they have Chinatown and they're racist, meaning they have an affinity for each other and they build with each other. And so now they have leverage, which is why they can get an Asian hate crime bill because they got the money they can lobby, right? Or when you look at Dearborn, Michigan, when they band together and take over the whole city and now no restaurant opens before 5 p.m. or when the sun goes down because it's Ramadan and 75% of them are Muslim, right? Now, when you do that, now we don't have to lean on or depend on, but you still exist in the society and everybody comports themselves appropriately and people cross-contaminate, buy, sell, trade, visit whenever they need to. But now you don't have that dependency, So now those things that potentially happen and like what Willie was mentioning happen less, right? Because now you commune with your own, build with your own, and then you buy, sell, and trade whenever necessary. The longer your dollar stays in your community, I think that the racism and bigotry that we experience matters less. I think that's a real thing. Because I know this shit ain't going away.
I wish that because I got to get out of here. I don't have time to address that whole ass thing you just did there, which is basically saying we need more segregation.
Yes.
And division.
Yes.
Which is not how a country
segregation. We can work together.
That's not a winning recipe for one country.
You have to prove it based on the subset of people that I know,
and I don't have time to get down to that rabbit hole.
Go.
But I guess what I would say to just kind of put context into why I asked that question. That again, Dr. Willie gave the best answer to I've heard yet. He was way better. Is that like y'all said? There's racism on both sides. I acknowledge that. Right. But those are individual choices. I can't change racist white people any more than you guys can change racist black people. So when we're looking for an entire solution to everybody who's problematic, that's a non-starter. It can't be done, especially not at the individual level. So what I an individual was asking you, individuals, is at what point will you allow racism to die?
Mm-mm. Yeah, Flo, you don't get it. You know when we don't experience racism? When there ain't no white people. And not
there it is.
Not erasing white people, but when it was during COVID, Flo, and I know you gotta go, and I live in DC, I ain't see a white person for 3 months. And nobody was racist towards me, or racism or prejudice or bigotry. I didn't experience it, right? Because it's only black people where I lived at.
Did you still experience assholes?
In that 3 months, me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you still experience. What my point
I was
is,
an
you still
asshole a little
experience
bit.
people who are jerks. Yeah, you still experience people who are jerks. You just chalked it up to a different cause because they were all black people.
Why?
All right, I'm gonna get out of here.
Oh yeah, all right. Be safe.
Thank you for having me up. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat.
No doubt. Yo, appreciate you. And the thing is, right? It's when Flo had this conversation over and over, he has a presupposition, right, about the answers, you know, and the viability of what we expect to hear, you know. Willie's answer is the best answer, right? He's saying when you eliminate these things, now we can talk. I'm simply saying what realistic is, and I know these people have gained success by communing with their own. That's why we love talking about how great the Asians are doing, right? Well, how you know where the Indians live? Because the whole complex smell like what?
Like turmeric. Like turmeric.
They don't give a fuck. They don't wear deodorant. They get arranged marriages. They all do IT. And they all live in the same fucking place.
Hey, easy on the IT, big dog.
My bad. Sorry.
Hey, but
they own,
I have one question though.
My apologies.
Wingstop out here. They on Wingstop out here. Niggas
But you see what I'm saying? I'm just saying what's a realistic thing based on, right? And when we commune together, you less likely to experience these things. It's just like something that just makes sense to me, and we have great examples of it. You know? So, and it ain't even about showing prejudice or bigotry. See, I think that's what people get wrong. That's not the part. You don't have to treat nobody poorly. You just saying when I need something in DC regarding the housing and the market, I call Willie. Right? If I need to evict somebody, I'm gonna call Willie. If I need to do XYZ, I'm gonna call him. You see?
Damn, you make it seem like I'm the Grim Reaper for niggas.
I mean, you're the Grim Reaper for reaping.
I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, so you know what I mean? Or Cheeky. When I need a cameraman, I call Cheeky. Literally. Hey, Cheeky, get ready to go to Milwaukee. Hey, Willie, after we talk, that's the second person I talk to. So all I'm saying is you do that more often and more consistently, what happens? You know, just thinking about a realistic way.
I just wanted to say that I don't think that there has been an overcorrection for Black people. Trying to correct is what's been happening. Or trying to tell people, hey, there's a different way you can be racist, but you can't be racist this way anymore. It's more what the country's been doing. You have to find another way to be racist. But you can't be racist overtly. You have to be, you have to put that shit under wraps. But they haven't eliminated it, right? And that's why it keeps rearing its head.
Yeah.
And he was just genuine when he said preference, because when you say preference, that means that one group gets that majority of that thing. Not one thing. He said DEI we don't get, and affirmative action that's for everyone. Everything's for everyone. Nothing's saying for exactly for Black people alone. So that's almost still disingenuous when he's saying we get preference. Nothing preference that we have got. Nothing. As all the other groups that we named had preference literally to them, literally for them, only for them. What you say?
Sorry.
Now I hear you. I'm about I hear you.
He said, "Hold on." I think.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
And remember, right, Key, we're having a conversation in context of the subject matter. You know,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think that was a good tangent to go off. Right. I think it's important to explore people's thinking process and ideology. Devin, I think what Willie pointed out is pretty interesting. I would actually be interested after I drink a Red Bull and maybe find some black market Adderall to do a debate between you and Cheeky. I think that with the Adderall and the Red Bull, I can stay up for it. but I think I'm going to be entertained and interested, but also sleepy from you guys' cadence and Ben Stein-esque deliveries. You know,
This guy's an asshole.
so
A gaping black asshole.
saying. I think that's
dickhead.
that's the conversation that we gotta let happen. So let me read these real quick. Willie with the $2 says, all right. Oh, Willie, say less. I got you. Willie with the $2 says, thank you for putting respect on my doctorate, Flo. The petty politic with the $5 says, Devin is, you are married to the ops. Your opinion is invalid. Would you like to respond to this, Devin?
I would say their comment is invalid. I mean, I'm still black. The whole point was anti-blackness, so you got to actually have the. I'm glad Flo came up here because you got to get the actual opinion of the people you perceive to have an anti-blackness sentiment, and I think the biggest part was to understand what creates that, and then maybe that is actually going against us moving forward to get what we're trying to get. Because if we're moving a certain direction and then people perceive that as being privileged in some way, it brings resentment. So that's the only reason why I push back at Cheeky specifically to his comment, because he's adding to that resentment based off his statement, whereas Willie gave a very clear and concise point that was directly answering his question.
Okay, and just to clearly let you know, this show was about black people and their anti-blackness. Had nothing to do with white people. White people are totally irrelevant
That's
to
not in the prompt.
anything I'm talking about. So yeah, but it's my prompt. So I'm trying to tell you, don't miss it up like, oh, it's grateful that Flow State, if he'd have came up here or not, it wouldn't have made no fucking difference. Because we know white people are anti-black. All of them, including your fucking wife. Okay? Let's get that clear. Okay? Let's get it clear. We don't have to play games with white people. Okay? We're talking about addressing what propaganda the white people have passed up on us to make us look at ourselves differently. That was the topic of the show. So no, don't twist no shit. No. Don't
Yeah, I'm
twist
not.
it.
I'm not twisted. I understand you have a lot of anti-black sentiments also that you just don't know they're anti-black.
Yeah,
So what's that?
That's why we're figuring it out
was
as black people.
I don't even know if what Flo said was like the anti-black sentiment.
That wasn't
Yeah,
at all.
it wasn't the sentiment.
And I wasn't. And no, he didn't. He didn't put it that way. I don't think it was harsh, but at the same time, I
No,
think what I catch is when people say things like that, you catch undertones of why they perceive certain things.
I
It's
think
like it's almost like a resentment. So that's what I'm saying. Is like I'm not some person that's like just like oblivious to white people and the racism. And I'm just saying if you listen to them, you catch reasons why people might feel a certain way.
yeah, no, 100%. I
So
think
you think white people are racist?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, what do you mean? What are
Well,
you
I
talking
mean,
about?
what percentage of white people are racist?
all of them,
I'm not. I mean, I'm not. I don't know.
all
You
of
don't know?
them.
Like, can you guess?
Just
You
like
know a lot about black people.
every nigga up here is racist.
Yeah, because I'm black.
I'm,
I wouldn't know a
I'm
lot about
saying, but
black
I'm
people.
saying so, Devin. So you can't give me a percentage of what percentage of
No.
white people you think are racist?
I go based off actions
Okay, so
and
what percentage?
I haven't met all black people, all white people. So how would I know?
Stand on nothing. He don't stand on shit.
Just like you grew up a whole bunch. You know
Nigga, they
about
all racist.
you
I
know
ain't
about
gotta meet them all.
think about this. You're the one that said that you only grew up around black people, but you're trying to say every white person is racist when you never when your whole existence hasn't been around
Cause
white
they
people
racist.
based off what you even said yourself.
I ain't
So
gotta go there. Do you gotta go to hell to know it's hot?
okay,
Do you gotta go to Alaska to know it's cold?
you're just so
Do
pretty
you
much
gotta
what you're
go to the
saying.
desert to know it's dry?
But basically, what you're saying is you just believe
Do
everything
you need
people
to
tell
jump
you.
into the bottom of the ocean
You
to know
believe
it's
everything
endless?
people tell you is what you're saying.
No.
That's
See,
where
you just
your
it's
whole
some
line of
shit you just know.
what
Do
your
you
whole
know
line
if
of
you jump out
questions say.
do you have to jump off a bridge to know you can't fly? No, it's some shit you just know.
Okay. We'll go off that we just know philosophy, and that'll work out great.
All right. Let me see. Mike Brown. Did I read these? Mike Brown with the $5 says Flo sees it like Rooney rule in the NFL. It should be enough, but we know the deal from the outcomes. Petty Politic with the $5 says, remember, some of us think like him. Those people are called Sam Republicans. Let him expose it. Petty Politic with the $5 says, ask him if he believes in systemic racism. This will answer all y'all questions. HQ here. You want to respond to this or no?
That's HQ.
Oh, this is HQ. I forgot she changed the name. What's up, HQ? As able to tell us, let go, Cheeky, bring it out. HQ with the $2 says, stay on it, Cheeky. Get to the goofy shit they believe. Brother Number with the $5 salute. As Ava with the $5 says, after slavery, white people got land grants and free machinery, etc. A head start. Most white businesses are passed down for generations, so those don't fail. Carlisle Tom with the $10 says, salute, Hamp, and panel. What up, my brother? With all that has been discussed, does anyone believe that black people have been treated better than others to even imply black fatigue? Maybe I'm misunderstanding the black fatigue thing. Treated better? No, because I think in that conversation, I think it was trying to create things in the system to help give the opportunities that were never given. So treated better, I don't know if I agree with the terminology. As Ava the $5 says, loan originators are able to coerce an appraisal, right? Did you know do it in favor of your own? I did. You didn't? DC with the $2 says, Hamp, please open the bathroom. Chrissy with the $5 says, shit, if my baby gets this full, I read this one, right?
Right down.
Yeah. Salute. And hey, Willie, I know you had to run. Be safe, man. I don't know, man. It's interesting, man. Anti-black. I guess. Well, I don't know. Because Devin's pretty consistent in how he responds to things. Is it anti-black? Or is it black accountability? Is Devin saying, I cuss you because I love you? Or does he see black people as bad? It's a broadcast.
Oh.
I give a quick response to it.
No, I said Devin. I ain't say Devin. What you think about Devin?
Okay. My bad. There was a long pause, so I'll just
like
Thank
Devin.
you, Devin. I appreciate you.
Now I think Devin has this thing about black people, just off the point of how he came with talking about the child thing, and when he didn't know anything about it, but all he did was talk about it, and so it's like, yeah, I don't think he has a love for black people. I think he has a despise for black people, even to the point of, I mean, he put his business out there, but he even said why he left his ex-wife. I think he has a bad image of black people and black women, and he has that and keeps that going on. I don't think he has a preference on black people.
I don't think that at all. I think Devin is somebody that is trying to have a genuine conversation and push back, but at times his political philosophy kind of gives in the way of that. So of course his pushback and his fact, quote unquote, air quotes around fact base is going to be leaning one way and not too objective. I understand that because I think I've been in that spot before. I think Devin listens to Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, and a couple of other quote unquote right intellectuals because that's how he speaks. I don't think anything's wrong with Devin. I don't think he hates black people. I just think he found himself a white girl with some nice that fit his description of what he's looking for in a wife, and he married her. I don't think he hate nobody. I just think he's on the wrong side of a lot of things because he aligns with fucking Fantastic, which makes him wrong automatically a lot. Cause fuck, he be on the wrong side of history.
Christ.
I'll never forget that quote. But go ahead, Fantastic.
Don't say Fantastic name 3. Oh, never mind. Damn, I closed my eyes. I was about to say, don't say his name. He gonna pop up.
Yeah, yeah, but I don't think Devins has a hate for black people. I just think that his viewpoints on black people is very conservative. Like I think he listened to the Hodge twins. I think he listened to fucking who else is black and conservative. I think he listened to those people.
You think the Hodge twins are what?
They mix, so I don't got no words.
I don't like the Hodge twins. I don't even like. I don't like.
Hey, they ain't paying no bills over here.
No, they not paying no bills. They not paying no bills.
Yeah. So let me tell you.
I got you.
I think that Devin is an Oreo. He's a white man on the inside, and he's disappointed that it cannot reflect on the outside. But them grandkids. They're gonna be lighter than that paper bag. You know that. But that's just what I think. It's not like any other Oreo black person. Now let me tell you what I think about Mr. Fantastic.
Yo, Mr. Fantastic was good.
Yo, what up? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, shout out to everybody.
Yeah, man. Y'all talking about the verdict, right? That's what I heard you guys talking about earlier when I was in the gym.
Kinda.
Okay.
But you can talk about it, and then we're gonna get out of it. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Well, no, I just want to say, it's a repeat of the thing that happened way back in Cali. I'm pretty sure you guys covered that. And did we know the demographic of the jury? Has that been disclosed?
I didn't see it.
Been disclosed. Yeah. So, yeah, man. Very, very unfortunate, but I don't know how you guys. I mean, it was his own demise, right? Or he didn't get justice because he was ultimately in the wrong, even though nothing else was wrong. He put the water back and whatever. They didn't have the right to chase him. Everything within the law was illegal. You left it up to a jury, and it was a black kid that shouldn't have had a gun that had a gun. So now you have plausible deniability of whether or not he actually pointed the gun at the people,
threatened them,
right? And unfortunately, because that stigma exists, young black kid with a gun, criminal, thug, all these different things, so on and so forth. The gun is what ultimately led to the verdict. So whether you like it or not, this is why it's inherently important. And I guess this is why this doesn't get a lot of coverage, right? Because nobody talked about this. I didn't even know about this, and this is what happened 3 years ago, right? But this is why order, discipline, and following the law is very, very important. I don't believe that they were justified. I think that they're lying. I think that I saw the cross-examination of the son. The son's testimony contradicted itself several times.
Terrible.
But at the end of the day, in the back of their mind, black kid with a gun, right? So
there's no way he didn't brandish that gun, right? No way he didn't.
Yeah. Even though again you have the history, and this is why I say too. This is why I don't know why are we talking about white people here. I've heard y'all mention white people way too much. Y'all calling fucking Devin an Oreo. Y'all ain't calling him no motherfucking fortune cookie. This ain't got shit to do with white people, but yet again, we talking about white people. A Chinaman killed
the topic of the show is anti-blackness, man. Just because you caught a segment of an off segment of what they wanted to talk about.
Well, no, y'all was talking about white people earlier when Cheeky calling my fucking name out. Cheeky talking about white folks earlier too. And that's
so what I'm saying is we were talking about anti-black.
What you calling my name for? I ain't do nothing.
Came up here.
Nigga, you call my name. I wasn't even on the screen yet. Damn. But nah, that's what I'm saying, man. I think that it's I seriously think that it's very, very important. And I think it's seriously important, bro, that we understand that anti-blackness isn't just exclusive to white people. It is I know for a fact that Asians and Indians are 10 times more racist towards black people than white people. I know.
I think they're more overt.
Okay. How you know?
Overt, covert, whatever. No matter how you
do you know, Fantastic?
Dealing with them.
Yeah, the Asians are crazy. I think Mexicans are though, but I mean, we go from there. I think we all.
You mean like out of town?
Not just out of town, in town, whatever. I'm a buffet nigga, right? I done had to stop going to a lot of Chinese buffets because, you know, you want me to pay at the table. You think I'm gonna run out. I see the white folks get to walk up to the damn thing and pay at the station. You pay here. Bitch, out no I ain't. And you ain't getting no tip. That's racism. It's funny, but it's the to think that you're a waitress in a Chinese buffet that, for one, I make way more fucking money than you. You're not the owner, right? Your ass got here on a motherfucking a ship and possibly a motherfucking illegal fucking truck crate, right? So now you get to treat me like I'm some broke ass nigga that's got to run out on a $13 check for a fucking Chinese buffet.
Yeah.
Right? But and the same thing goes with the liquor store, and the same thing goes with literally Hamp. You talked about this, Hamp. They pay homage to and I'm sorry I can't. The girl's name is escaping me right now. The young girl that died back in Cali
in '90s.
Yeah, that's what Menace Society was. That's what that whole store scene was about. Bro, she literally killed this girl, and these and this is and it's crazy, bro. That's why I said I don't know why we. And I'm not trying to be controversial. I understand what you guys are saying, but I think we really need to start focusing on everybody else versus the white people. I think when we say white supremacy and we focus on white folks, people literally forget about everybody else that's literally on the same side. They gonna fucking choose the white man. They gonna help the white man before you. They gonna get a white man a deal before you. They'll literally not fucking do business with you, you know, because you a nigga, right? A lot of people don't know that Mahatma, how you fucking say it, the right shit, Gandhi was a fucking racist. Overt.
Yeah.
He got a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
Indians inherently hate niggas. They got a caste system. Even though vast majority of them are dark, they don't like niggas.
Yeah.
And I don't know if y'all remember, it was an Indian nigga that pretended to be a black man, and he got into college and wrote a book about it, and it became like a New York Times bestseller. So he literally faked a federal thing for funds in school and whatever, and so on and so forth. Got his degree, wrote a book about it, and became rich and famous off of it. So my thing is just we definitely need to start focusing on all these other groups, bro, that call out to us and like, you know, hey, people of color and, you know, the white man this, the white man that, but they look at niggas even worse than the white man do.
Yeah, no, 100%. And you kind of caught the end, and so it was just based on the demographic that was up here, you know. And so, you know, we started talking about what we was talking about. That's why we started talking about the atrocities because of what Flo was trying to talk about. But yeah, this was mostly just like how black people view black people. That's how largely we turned out. But I agree with your sentiment. Yeah, we put too much. Like there's straight up exploitation with the liquor stores, the corner store, you know, all that stuff that's being sold in there by the Arab man or the East Indian man. You know, how you get treated at the carry out, 100%. We said this a bunch of different times, so I hope people are taking heed to that. You know what I'm saying? But we oftentimes try to like absorb everybody. You know, damn, there was one thing I was gonna say. But Mr. Fantastic, you think that was a good like analogy what I was saying to what you said with the boy? Because they can say told you so. Like when I say they pull you over because you got a light out and they find a brick in the trunk. And like I told you so. See?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's a great analogy. And that's why I say that's the accountability part that we have to start holding each other to, and not just, you know, because at the end of the day, like you said, I actually saw that part where you were saying it. You had to educate the people. Nah, nigga, that ain't no fruit of the poisonous tree. If it's a legal stop and during the investigation, nigga, that shit is admissible, and you finna do that time.
Yeah, trying to tell them, you know, that shit is really real, man. They use whatever they got to get what they want.
Yeah.
You know, cops can lie to you. That is not against the law.
Cops can lie to you. Yeah, that what's it called? Entrapment shit is a myth, nigga.
It's a farce.
Yes.
Know? And so lastly, before we get out of here, what is your sentiment on like maybe how they see like what Devin chooses to argue for or against. Because Devin really is
White people
representing an
or
archetype.
or just not non-black people or black people?
Well, so black people. So you would probably, Sherelle, correct me if I'm wrong, would Mr. Fantastic and Devin be of the same ilk? Or you think they are different?
No, Fantastic just don't like black women. Devin doesn't like black people.
Oh, gotcha.
Yo, this is
He likes to have
crazy.
sex with the big booty ones, but he don't really like.
Oh my God, this is
That's it.
yo,
That's
yo, hey,
the only thing he like
hey,
about black women is if they got a big booty. You know what I'm saying?
listen,
Because
man.
you might have to be two something to do something him, but 100
Oh
pounds
my
got to be in your
God,
ass. You know what I'm saying?
bro.
He
Listen, man,
don't
you will
like. He
be
don't want
hearing,
the 200 pounds in the stomach. He wants
you
200
will
pounds of
be
ass.
hearing from my motherfucking lawyers, bro. I'm sick of your shit, Sherelle. Okay,
Devin,
it's defamation.
Devin.
But Mr. Fantastic go hard for black men. That's one thing
I'm
about it.
all for black
You ain't
people.
gonna play with the black man when Mr. Fantastic around. And if white people come around, Mr. Fantastic, he gonna go ham for black people when white people come around. See, Devin, we couldn't if we closed our eyes and Devin and Flow State was talking, we'd have thought they was the same person.
Crazy. Sherelle, them same niggas that told that white man, that same white man, he knew more about black people's struggles than
Yeah,
I
and
did
I
though, for
remember
the
y'all
record.
had to do the debate, remember?
Yeah.
Because
Nigga,
when the white
them
man
niggas,
show up, Mr. Fantastic gonna turn into a super nigga for us. And we need
yeah,
them 6'5", 300 pounders or however much you weigh.
and Sherelle, they don't understand how many white boys I stood against that outranked me and was ever and so on and so forth in the white man's military, right? You know, people joke me
Facts.
about the way I retired and the rank I retired at. That's for a reason. I never tap dance for shit. I ain't kiss no ass. I ain't suck no dick. I was a motherfucking again. I say this all the time proudly. I was a motherfucking black man in the Navy, not a motherfucking you know what I'm saying, not a Navy fucking black man, right? You feel me? I understood the program, but at the same time, I wasn't motherfucking doing nothing and kissing nobody's ass for the sake of my principles and what I told y'all, I don't know if I said it over here, but I ran into a few actual racist people. Real shit, especially early on in my career, right? So I seen this shit, bro. That's why I never said racism don't exist. And I understand the like y'all say, when certain people are around, bro, I'm picking my side. Fuck it. Me and Hamp say this shit all the time. Look, bro, it's some shit me and Hamp may disagree on, whatever. But nigga, we'll talk about this after the fact. You know what I'm saying? We brothers. We'll handle whatever we fucking disagree with in public, nigga. When it's whatever, we fighting here and we'll fight each other later. I understand that shit. I'm a black man fucking first. I'm a black person first. So despite what Sherelle may say, I'm not gonna let no motherfucking white boy say nothing crazy about black women either if it's off kilter and off white. Man, now she a fucking divester, fuck her and him. Okay? But for the most part, no, man, I understand that
I'm
I've been
trying
in
to tell
those
about
positions.
you. I'm saying like if all the shit Mr. Fantastic told, he ain't gonna get no white wife.
Nah,
I wouldn't put my money on that.
That
If he
ain't
do get
gonna
married,
happen.
because you know it's a possibility that Mr. Fantastic will get married
Hey,
again.
people hit the lottery
Very
too.
good.
Listen, man. I'm about to get up out of here. Josh with the $5 says, what did he say? I think he is anti the negative behaviors that are often associated with black people. Mr. Fantastic, any final thoughts?
Yeah, man. Again, very, very unfortunate. That the verdict came out as what it came out for the young man. Overall topic. I think we need to start investing in each other, bro, and all these other coalitions. Fuck them people, bro. They're not for us. There was some dude that was at an NAACP meeting and he's talking about the Black and Brown coalition and solidarity amongst the fucking people of color, bro. Hey, all we got is us, bro. All we got is us. And if you fight for anybody else, bro, you fighting against your own interests. That's all I got.
Word. Key, what up?
Great show, man. I love being a nigga. love being black, man. I don't want to be nothing else but black. And come with whatever comes, the negatives and the positives come with it. It just comes with it, you know. Just roll with it. But well, you know, that's it.
Indeed. Devin, what you think, man?
Yeah. I love being black. I'm not a nigga. I want to say that I think the biggest thing that when I have these conversations, I'm treating everything how my parents taught me. So if my mindset is bad, then I guess my parents hated me because I hold myself accountable first. I hold my people accountable second, and then f everybody else because we know they're the ops. So why am I talking to them? I'm talking to my people before anybody.
Or Cheek.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm trying. I don't. I think anti-blackness is real. I think it's profitable. I think that people that decide to participate in it do it because of some outcome that they're looking for. I don't know. I have no idea, but yeah, these over criticisms for black people is unnecessary. I didn't say you can't criticize, and I think I've explained it well enough, so I'm not gonna overhammer it. But yeah, this shit is OD. You gotta figure some shit out.
Really, what you think, man?
I think it was a great show. Appreciate everybody for coming up. Like I said, like kind of like what Keith said, it's gonna be good and bads that come with every race, every people, and we're black. You know what I'm saying? Jesus Christ. We belong to the Most High. We should be proud of that. There's gonna be ups and downs, goods and bads that come along with it. Trying to separate yourself from your blackness, it's dumb. You know what I'm saying? But I guess y'all gonna breathe out if y'all don't want to be with it. But other than that, just like if everything black people do just make you sick to your stomach, you got anti-blackness in you, bro. You need to try to figure that out. Go love on your people, man. Go get you some gold teeth. Do something. You know what I'm saying? Because who else we gonna be if we not us? Who else gonna be everything we is? You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, we the shit, nigga. Give a fuck what y'all be talking about. We gotta do better, definitely. And we gonna do better. But we still the shit. But other than that, you know what I'm saying? Thank y'all for coming. I got your candy apples, Hamp.
Perfect.
About to head out.
Perfect, man.
Oh, well,
Excited.
Hamp, one more last thing, just a fact check because you asked for it.
Yeah.
Median household income for white non-Hispanic households is 92,500. For black households is 56,000. So
Jesus
there's a
Christ.
$36,000 difference. So I know we like to use the average. We gotta stop doing that. We got people that make a lot of money. The median is different.
Yeah. Damn. This was an interesting conversation before. You know, you just gotta be cognizant, you know, of what you choose to argue and when, you know, and how often. You know? If that's what you believe, you know, 100%, you know, but I just want everybody to understand there are opportunities for you to be wrong. And if so, what changes once you're wrong, you know? There are opportunities I can take to admonish, yell at, argue with, but there may be a better target, you know? I'm not going to get into it with my brother if we got ops across the way from me. I'm just not going to do it. We'll get into it later. But if I got a target that makes more sense, I'm going with that target. So I guess I'm just assessing what the targets we choose and why, you know? And what can make you anti or pro because of that. You know? So I think it was a hell of a conversation, man. So I really appreciate y'all trying to hit this gym. We got 344 likes. If we got 300 people still in the building, if you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. That helps the channel the most. Let me make sure I ain't got no. Did I read this one? Yes, I did. Okay. Hop in the Discord. Salute to the women's POV. We'll be talking about women's rights. That should be interesting. Jump in the Discord, get your tickets to Risky Weekend in Houston, 25th to the 28th. We're going to have a ball. If you miss it, you a dub, you an egg. So don't do it. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Hit the like button. Please be safe and do the right thing. I'll see y'all this evening. Like, share, subscribe.
Tell a friend and tell a friend. And we out, niggas.
Thing is working.